The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hello and welcome to Piedmont Dragway. The weather is spectacular. The sun is shining, and it's a nice probably lower 70s, upper 60s in the sunshine, and breeze, and just nice. It's gonna get chilly. Shout out to Summit Racing Products. They have come on board to sponsor Motormania TV for this event. We're doing time runs in case you hear the cars going by. I'll let you get there in a minute. Okay. Anyway, Summit. I was looking through some of their stuff, and they actually have. The outdoor Christmas things. They've got the stuff from the Rudolph, with Clarice and Rudolph and Yukon Cornelia and all those different things on sale on their site. They also are, I think today ends a thing where you can get up to $100 off your order. Depending on how much you order, okay? So check them out, and there's more than just carburetors, but they also have carburetors. So anyway, check them out, and be sure and thank them for keeping this event free to you, the viewer. I'm gonna let you.
I know about the scoreboard.
I got to tell you about the scoreboards. The scoreboards were struck by lightning, okay? And they scrambled trying to get them back into order and everything, but the parts are unavailable, as we are finding with so many things these days. This is a crazy time, isn't it? But they do have a win light on each. The digits are not there, but the win light is there. And so it's, you'll have to listen, and, so anyway, but at least we'll know who won, right? Okay, let me let you get to the time runs and enjoy. Make sure you get whatever you're going to get, because once this racing starts, we got a bunch of cars. There's almost 400 cars here. Anyway, so, get what you're going to get. And so you can chillax for this weekend. Bye.
Want to say hello to everybody now out there watching on Motor Mania TV. Motor Mania TV today brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment, Brizzy Transmissions and Converters, amongst many others helping us out this weekend here at the 10th annual Racer Tees American DoorSlammer Nationals presented by McCarty Auto Parts. Welcome everybody out there on Motor Mania. The Motor Mania chat room already had guys waiting. We are still in time trial mode at this point in time. And you said, why is that? Well, we did have one little mechanical issue earlier, but on top of that, we've also had a lot of cars, folks. We are getting close to 400 at this point by our estimation on Thursday. It's on Thursday. So again, a tremendous field of cars here on a absolutely perfect day here at Piedmont Dragway in North Carolina. Down in the low to mid 70s. Already getting a shout out and a hello from my daughter, who watches. Thinks we're all nuts, but watches anyway. Trip Zip 576 on the Carolina No Time side for the Mustang. I believe that was Kevin Pollard flying down the racetrack there on the OK Sales and Recycling side, 545 126. And Raider Campbell's car. Say again, hi out there. Those of you watching already aren't Baslin out there. Vamo Squad, Racer VX54, Jenna Bree handling the lunatics out there as well. Jeff Kreider, Mike Donut, and many others out there watching. What's up, Bees? Pickup truck 618, 113, 675 for the Mordor Nova. Apparently got a little hold up in the line. Dealing with self-feeding staging lanes, folks. Only thing I called at this point have been doubles and blue run stickers. Haven't called any other run stickers yet. The lanes just kind of keep filling up. .634 106, Carolina No Time side. Here comes the bow tie bird. All you Ford guys out there, sorry. He would like he has a Chevy power plant under the hood. Guess he wanted to slow it down. at the Juice Box Hero. That was one I missed. Brinson Thrasher out there. Barn, another one of the folks out on the main end. Going Bracket Racing. Check out their, I think they were going online live last week from the Guaranteed Million. Really neat online show. Yeah, check out Going Bracket Racing. Look them up. They're on Facebook. They're on YouTube. Larry Barlow, Aaron Scarlatta. Man, there's a lot going on. Folks want to watch racing, and as soon as we can get through the 11 billion time trials we got here, we'll get at it. Justin Vickers bringing the Nova up. Leave Bubba Pascal here. Bruzy Transmissions and Converters have helped put the power to the pavement for racing champs on 6 continents. All out a multi-time world champ Marco Bruzy's shop in Northeast Ohio. Yes, the right transmissions converters for anything from mild foot brake street strip race cars to pro mods and anything in between. Need to replace or upgrade your trans or converter? Call Bruzy Transmissions and Converters, 330-369-1707, or contact Marco at bruzytransmissions.com. We'll help to maximize your combo. Bruzy Transmissions and Converters, putting the world in world champion. Mike Donnell, 639, 107 miles an hour for Mike. Coming out from Ravenna, Ohio. Practically my neighbor. Timothy Fletcher, we need you to Loose Rocker Central to the registration trailer, please. Timothy Fletcher, we need you there, please. Timothy Fletcher. Say that Nova is a sweet ride, 567, 121 for the Nova. Apparently, good catch as the Nova with a little bit of a leak. Beautiful car, but man, they got something to fix. You know, the Mustang 855 at 89 miles an hour. So let's do a little bit of cleanup over here, and we shall be back at it shortly. You need clean, rust-free Southern parts for your late model vehicle. Look no further than McCarty Auto Parts, based out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. From tires to the roof and bumper-to-bumper subcompacts to semis, McCarty's got you covered to get your ride back on the road. McCarty Auto Parts also sells entire vehicles ready for the road or ready for you to remove your own parts. Check out the massive inventory at McCartyAuto.com to find the best parts for the best price. And this is the Racer Tees. 10th Annual American DoorSlammer Nationals presented by McCarty Auto Parts. Coming to you from Piedmont Dragway, Bruzy Transmissions and Converters, $10,000 to win warm-up Thursday, and we've got a bunch of cars here. Between that and a couple of leakages / breakages, we've a little further behind than what we'd like to be, but we are got the best crew and one of the best crews in the business out here, in Team Piedmont. Got the mess fixed up, and we go back at it. John Boy Smith in the H-body. Le Mans are straight and true, 538, 128. 25 on the wrong side, OK Sales Recycling side, 634, 107. Smokey Ellis. The Dean's Performance Camaro. Both guys wheels up. Smokey, 591, 114, 6 flat, 114 for Chris Dean in the Camaro on the OK Sales and Recycling side. Wrong side for the Camaro, 578, 117, 637 for Tick Green in the Duster, 108. For the ISC Racers tape, Vega. Dan Northrup, I believe, is the main pilot of that car, but there can be any one of a number of drivers behind the wheel of that thing. That's definitely gotten some use over the years. Jeff Fawcett here on the OK Sales and Recycling side. Jeff from Snow Camp, not too far down the road. So you're getting lots of leakages today. So no go back at it. And the Vega moving up on the Carolina No Time side. Fawcett, OK Sales and Recycling side. The right lane is the OK Sales and Recycling side. Five red to 9 red for Fawcett. Vega, 572, 121, 624, 109. for Fawcett on the right side of the racetrack. Hey folks, any green run stickers or doubled up racers that have not yet made their time trials, green or doubles, if you have not yet made your time trials, we'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Green run stickers or doubles that have not yet made their time trials, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Sanders Woolfolk in the right time. Mercury Comet up against the Roadster. Left-hand steer Roadster is always welcome at door car only races. Wind in his hair, bugs in his teeth if it weren't for the silly helmet he has to wear. And 569, 119 for the Comet, 579 for the Roadster at 116. Robert Richard, RLL Photography, out there watching as well as he sees his fellow Ohioan Joe Childs up there in the Oldsmobile. $11 to the good for Childs. 608, 113, 588, 115. Mark Gebhardt in the Vega wagon. Wheels up for Buchanan, a 612, 110, 631. Carolina No Time side, 109 miles an hour. Yes, folks, scoreboards took a hit, and parts are darn near unobtainable at this point in time. Very specific parts needed for the scoreboards, and we're looking, kids. They're trying, but have not been able to obtain them yet. We will do our best to update you. Maybe not as much during time trials, but once we get into eliminations. Not a trip zip. 6 flat, 115 miles an hour. That might have been Trip McCarty, speaking of trips. 8 red and 611, 111. Carolina No Time side. $498 for the vet, $139, $534 for the Beretta. On the Carolina No Time side, $127. Couple of quick side-by-side door cars. Eric Thomas, the Super Destroyer, Thomas backing up off after the strong burnout. There on the OK Sales Recycling side. Carolina No Time side, the Firebird. .556, 122 for Thomas. 680, 101, Carolina No Time side. Hey, Jason Subchinski. Jason Subchinski, we need you to the trailer, please. Jason Subchinski, we need you to the registration trailer, please. Say red and any Thursday only entries that have not made your time trial. Red and Thursday only entries. So basically, I think we're calling, if you have not yet made a time trial, you should be in the lanes or headed that direction. It's, as Michael just sent me, it's an all skate, kids. Leon's special sauce has been getting a workout down there. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels are leaders in putting the rubber to the road and juniors to pro mods. Always at the forefront with the latest tire technology. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels continue to develop new tires for all classes, types of drag racing. Michael Beard will tell you he had on his original set of Pro Bracket radials over 400 passes on them, and they were still hooking up and cooking. Go to MickeyThompson.com to find yourself a new set today. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, be a part of the legend. Again, good job by the crew catching that before they went down track, where it would have been a bit worse. But we have had our fair share and then some of leakage so far today. Once again, if you have not yet made your time trial, come on down. If you have not yet made your time trial, come on to the staging lanes. Blaine Parrish over there in the Carolina No Time side of the racetrack. Ronnie Roberts Racing Mustang. Boy, and some issues with the handling. Second time that car has tried to head left. He has to shut it down. 008, 625 for the Nova on the OK Sales and Recycling side. And yet another one sacrifice to the breakage gods. I think he figured out the issue. So the Fox body moving up on the OK Sales and Recycling side. One on the wrong side at the hit. 615, 110. Arnold Smith, the natural high. Chevy Nova. Chad Duke in the Camaro. Duke's Tire Pros out of Wilmington, North Carolina. Duke 8 red, 3 to the good for Arnold. Duke's 545, 127, 627, 109 for the natural high. Beautiful car as always for Arnold Smith. Here's another one, Wes Siegel. Super clean 1969 Camaro. It's the Evans Racing, Roberts Trucking Chevy Camaro, second gen. Here on the OK Sales and Recycling side. $16 to an 18. Siegel with the better light. Evans gets there first. 609, 113, 630, 108 for Wes. $609, 113, OK Sales and Recycling side. Carolina No Time side, 662, 102. A little something just outside of the groove there on the right lane. Leon going to go down there Folks, if you happen to be walking through the pits, walking down there, please, if you happen to see something blowing by, some trash or whatever, please pick it up, get it in a can. It's a little windy out there, and just keeps things from getting a little iffy out there. Leon making a quick look-see of the full 8th mile in both lanes, and he'll be right back, and we'll get after it. The Biondo and Domino Flings sponsored Camaro. Excuse me, Firebird. I got you. A little later probably than they'd want to be for the Firebird. 599, 115. A little early there for the S10. 39 on the red side, 662, 103. Those of you that are the fan of the long roof, there you go. Carolina No Time production side. The Malibu wagon. Bumping in up against the OK Sales Recycling side. Andrew Waddle, I believe, with the hot rod. Ohio car. .602, 116 on the OK Sales Recycling side. Carolina No Time side for the long roof, 636, 107. The G-Body, going to guess it's a 1981 version, as he breaks the classic rule, Brown's #1 rule of numbering your car. Do not use the year of your car. Big wheels up leave for the Nova, but the G-Body trip zip 598, 114. 658, 101 for the wheel standing Nova. Tell you, it's a breezy kind of day here at Piedmont as I went to walk out the back door to look off the balcony and could barely open up the back door. Mother Nature trying to push it shut on me. So again, final call for time trials, racers. Final call for time trials. If you've not yet had a time trial and haven't made your way to the lanes yet, this is the absolute final call. Let's get them down there. Joe Foley, the Dave Stebner-owned Duster. This car, under different pilots, has been multi-time Big Check winner. Joe looking to slide into that himself. 15 to the good, 595, 113, 612. Carolina no time side, 111. Ray Kimball back up in his Nova here on the OK Sales Recycling side. And remember those, all you out there watching on Motor Mania TV, those of you that are here, man, if you've got friends or family at home, could not make the trip, maybe you got a sponsor watching, have them go to Motor Mania TV on YouTube. Got non-stop coverage of all the racing action with the chat bleachers, which is in full effect right now. You can interact with each other, the production crew, and sometimes even the goofball in the tower. Subscribe to Motor Mania TV's YouTube channel and click on the bell so you won't miss a single event. More important, be sure to thank the live feed sponsor, keeping the 10th annual American DoorSlammer, Racer T's American DoorSlammer Nationals, presented by McCarty Auto Parts, free to the viewer. Summit Racing Equipment, as always, a big-time sponsor, as well as today, Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters on this Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters. $10,000 to win a warm-up. Like, hopefully they fixed the leak there on the Vega there on the Carolina no time side. Had to be pushed off earlier after leaving a bit of schmutz out there. Don Lingerfelt in the Beretta. OK Sales and Recycling side. $520, 133 for Lingerfelt, 585 for the Vega 119. Chris Myers. Myers coming up here on the OK Sales and Recycling side. Scott Macy in the Coronet. Macy 17 to the good in the Coronet. 660 at 102 miles an hour, 587 for Myers. 118. Nova going to run through 566, 121, 612 for the Camaro. The left lane there, Carolina no time side, 111 miles an hour. Lassiter, Travis Harvey both going a little bit red. 527, 131 OK Sales and Recycling side. 575, 118 Carolina No Time Production side. Let's Racing Beretta, Carolina No Time side, and Seth Phillips. Seth will be going off the bottom this weekend. Barracuda driven out of Montpelier, Virginia. You can guarantee not only will you see him this weekend at the 10th annual Racer T's American DoorSlammer Nationals, presented by McCarty Auto Parts, but he will absolutely be back for the ATI Performance Products Fall Foot Brake Frenzy coming up next week. Eight on the wrong side for Seth, 673, 101. 11 red for Wes, 571, 120. Roundtree Racing S10. OK Sales and Recycling side. Mason Fix in the butterscotch dart. Carolina No Time production side. Bottle caps and all. Fix is 002. A little bit 001 red for Roundtree Racing, 582, 117, 737. Second time in a row on that 737 at 92 mile an hour for Fix. Once again, final call, absolutely the final call for time trials. If you're not here, you're late. Absolute final call for time trials, please. Lots of smoke and driver out of the car. And we are definitely going to be taking a good solid look at that. Folks, got ourselves a pretty major leak down there. So we are going to be down for a bit, clean up another mess. It's been a bit of a rough one so far today. And a tough break for the racer.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
Years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Again, folks, pretty substantial mess. We've had a few smaller ones earlier today. But this is about our third, I think. I know this is at least the second, maybe the third full-length one we've had today. This one was a lot. And we will be back at you as quickly as we can. But again, track crew going, and believe it was not only lengthy, but kind of wide. So we will, again, be down for just a few more minutes, hopefully. And as soon as we can get back at it, we will. Here at the 10th annual Racer Tees American DoorSlammer Nationals, presented by McCarty Auto Parts. So we got the scrubber and a whole lot of super clean doing the job down there. And again, a pretty substantial mess. Wide and pretty much full track length.
change just to call you mine. Tonight is all about to let it go. Pick another road. Tonight the bitter essence of our time has made our hearts alone. My mind is taken down. My mind is breaking down. What do I hit the ground? What
And we need odd numbered doubles. This is a round one elimination call. Odd numbered doubles to 1 and 2, please. Round one elimination call for round number one of the Bruzy Transmissions and Converters. $10,000 to win warm up. Odd numbered doubles to 1 and 2. And folks, just a quick note. If you're doubled, please wait for us to call you to come back for your second hit. Please and thank you. We will call you back, doubles. Please, please, please wait until we have called you to come back for your second hit. Again, we're down to just a few cars left. We've got hopefully getting close on the track situation here. Odd numbered doubles to 1 and 2 at this time. If you're an odd numbered vehicle, not just if you're odd, because that's pretty much all of us in this sport. Odd numbered doubles. We need you to 1 and 2 at this time, please. Yep. Just wait, folks. I know we got odd numbered, even numbered doubles we're going to be calling eventually, but right now odd numbered doubles to the lanes. We have 3 different run stickers. Please wait for us to make that call. We will not forget you. We will wait for us to call you. We do need to manage the lanes with, I believe, right around 400 or so entries. Yep. So the run order, again, we're going to be calling odd numbered doubles, which we've called. We'll follow that with the even ones. Then we're going to go blue, green, then we'll call doubles back, and then red. It's going to be that run order, folks, so please. And then and then some of the Thursday-only guys that we have here as well. So please help us out there. Again, lots of vehicles here. We would like to be able to manage the staging lanes as best as possible. So again, Leon laying down some rubber. I believe we'll have to throw some glue on top of that, and we'll be ready to go back at it. But we've called odd numbered doubles to 1 and 2, please. Round one elimination call, odd numbered doubles, please. Also, why it's quiet, and again, don't think it's a secret, but right now, I guess the scoreboards took an electrical hit earlier, and they are currently, the wind lights work, but the scoreboards are not currently functioning. Racers, please make sure you are verifying your dial, and again, since a lot of you are crossing over your opponent's dial, make sure everything is right in the beams, or in the stage, in the burnout box. The boards are right there. Right, car length or so before the starting line, you'll see the dial-in boards. Please make sure you confirm your dial-in, and if you need so, your opponent's dial-in. If you got a crew member, maybe that's what you make their job. The rules will stand. Once you pre-stage, you've accepted that dial-in. And Motor Mania TV being brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment this weekend. We want to thank the folks at Summit. And I want to thank them because I spend a lot more time there than I used to now that I got myself a project vehicle after all these years. Hey, I also want to give a big shout out to my Summit Motorsports Park Halloween Classic co-announcer Tyler Nelkin out there watching and listening on Motor Mania TV, brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment. Tyler and I had a good time. Having a good time at the Halloween Classic a few weeks ago out at Summit Motorsports Park. Actually, man, it's a month ago. Doesn't seem like that long ago. Says we're listening to you. I assume that means him and Shelby, or maybe him and the folks at work. Folks, again, if you are going through the pits and you happen to see something blowing around, paper or anything else, we got a bit of a breeze going today. Please help us out by picking up anything you might happen to see blowing by.
You know, we're never letting go. This time we can reach the sky. On a prayer we go higher than high. Yeah, I'm wide awake. It's a big mistake, 'cause it's something we can deny. Oh, this time we can reach the sky. On a prayer we go higher than high. Yeah, I'm wide awake. It's a big mistake, 'cause it's something we can deny. But with a love like this, we'll never fall. 'Cause I'm wide awake. 'Cause with a love like this, we'll never fall. Yeah, you got me thinking. Oh, you got me thinking out loud. You kept me
Once again, we made a round one elimination call. Odd numbered doubles. Odd numbered doubles should be in the lanes are headed that way. Robert, pick up your radio, please. Robert, pick up your radio. Folks, you would not believe the technology we have at work here today. Might be back at you in a couple of minutes and working on a little something special for those of you, especially watching on Motor Mania TV, brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment. Hopefully, until I know it works, I won't tell you what it is. Because if it ain't working, then never mind. Again, we have called odd numbered doubles to the lanes, please. Odd numbered doubles. And I'll tell you, that was, folks, when I say a substantial mess, that was substantial. And we should be back at you here in just a couple of minutes. But again, the hard work by the Piedmont crew. Getting things back running here in just a few short moments.
Then I know it's all real. I can get you off my mind.
And here we go, back at it. Cottman Transmission sponsored second gen Camaro. The Willard Racing Chevy Nova. And the Camaro 19 to the good to a 28 for the Nova. 612, 112 to a 615. Good side-by-side race. Looks like they got the Camaro fixed. Again, we have called odd numbered doubles to the lanes. Odd numbered doubles should be in the lanes. We're headed that way. We are getting down to the last bunch of time trials in the lanes. Trip zip for the Oldsmobile. $573, $119. $606 for the Mopar, $111. Brian Cerruti. Andy Dolan in the Malibu. $636, $108 for Cerruti. $601, $113 for Dolan. Folks, sitting on the bye for round one, if there is one, will be Andy Lloyd as I dig out from underneath my mess. So Andy is sitting on the bye if there is one. On the wrong side to 16 to the good. 558, 122. Carolina No Time Production side 648, 106 for the S10. Randy Little, big wheels up late for the wagon. Sure if it's Randy or Jessica piloting. 11 to the good, 6:31, 107. .553, 123, 6:39, 107 on the Carolina No Time side. Rampage Racing against the Ronnie Roberts Racing Mustang. Richard Alford Jr. in the Chevelle. Up against the low-flying Nova here on the OK Sales and Recycling side. Nicky Thomas and Timothy Fletcher. Nicky a little red. .606, 113 for Timothy, 616 for Nicky. Dan Fletcher, the MicroStrategies sponsored station wagon, Big Bad Chevrolet. want to say at some point that was a stock car, maybe super stock, something. Our stock automatic. Not anymore. .647, 106 miles an hour. Final time trial going to be Chad Duke. Duke 008, 540, 128 miles an hour. That is going to do it. I think we're pretty much just about ready to go into round number one, almost directly, folks. Doing a little bit of work on the start line, but we will be with you here in just a couple of short seconds here at the
You got 3 hours of sleep, used a tire as your dinner table, and shredded your knuckles on a stubborn bolt. All for a weekend of glory. You supply the skill and sweat, count on us for the rest. Summit Racing Equipment, tools and parts to make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, summitracing.com.
When there's nothing left to say, when the good time is over, then I'll be on my way. But I'll come around swinging when the fire's all burned out. It's hard to believe in love, so never let your guard down, 'cause I'll come back swinging. You walk, you talk like you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we want to thank everybody who's made their way here already for this beautiful day. Coming up on this weekend here for the 10th annual Racer T's American DoorSlammer Nationals, presented by McCarty Auto Parts here on Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters. $10,000 win warm-up day. Also, those of you watching on Motor Mania TV, presented by Summit Racing Equipment. Thank you, everybody, for making your way out here. We are about ready to get round number one of eliminations. But before we do so, first of all, going to hand the microphone over for the invocation to the man who's running the clocks today, Larry Taylor. Larry?
Thank you, Ron. If you're able to, will you please stand? Please remove your hats. We'll go to Lord, for a word of prayer. Dear Lord, our Heavenly Father, who art in heaven, we'd like to thank you for another day, another time. Thank you for allowing us to come back to this place to participate in what we love, what we do. Thank you for all the support that we have, the family, the friends. Thank you for the track staff, the promoters, the people in the concession stand to prepare the foods, everyone that helps to put this event on. We want to ask you to let us be safe, be courteous, and be swift. And these things and all others that we ask for, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Larry. And ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Gentlemen, here we go. Round number one. Run number one, day number one of the Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters $10,000 win warm-up. The Racer Tees American DoorSlammer Nationals presented by McCarty Auto Parts. Let's get this party started. Going to start out with the Pizza Man, Brandon Layfield. 1989 S10, dialed in 664. Looking to deliver a W on the Carolina No Time production side of the racetrack in 7 seconds or less. He's coming against Daniel Comer, Albemarle, North Carolina. The Maverick dialed in 602. Folks, the scoreboards you're watching on Motor Mania TV not functioning, so we'll do our best to give you every number possible as we go along. Got to move fast. So Comer getting ready to move in on the OK Sales Recycling side, set and ready to go against Layfield. 4 on the wrong side. That's a 4 red for the Pizza Man. Daniel Comer, 10 to the good. Dial 602 goes 6 flat with a 0. On the 602, Pizza Man, 4 red, 65 with a 2 on the 664. Going to have to think about re-entry Re-entry, of course, can be purchased at the registration trailer, Loose Rocker Central, right next to the Hank Thomas Performance fuel pumps. Head on over there if you are looking for re-entry. $100 get you back in for 10K. David Young, 751 dial into the 621 of Billy Serta in the Mustang. And it's going to be double breakout win light for David Young, 36 light, 620 with a 6 on a 21. Beating the 721 with the 5 on a 751. David Young under by 0.3 of a second. Ronnie Castle, 2017 vet out of Hardy, Virginia, 498 dial-in. OK Sales and Recycling side, going to be chasing the 621 dial-in to the 66 Nova SS of David Bernard. $15 to a 55, starting line advantage for Ronnie Castle. 15 light, 99 with a 3 out of 98. Bernard a little late, then a little late. Castle taking Greyhound Busworth at the finish line. Don't matter, his wind light's on. That much you can see. Again, folks, keep them tight in the lanes, and please do not come until we've called you. The only thing we've called are odd numbered doubles. Only thing we've called, odd numbered doubles. Help us out. Wayne Vernon, the Dean's Robin Hood Towing, 80 Sunbird, 383-inch Pontiac motor, 618 dial-in, Carolina No Time side. Hey, folks, if anybody's got a jump box, we need it in the lanes, please. You need a jump box in the lanes immediately, please, if somebody can help out. Larry Coleman, Buena Vista, Virginia. Larry, 646 dial, but turns it red by 6 thou. Wayne Vernon, late, but 22 with an 8, and his W is shining in his lane on the 618. Larry Coleman will need a hug after that one. James Hauser, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, the 72 Vega. Down at 631 here on the OK Sales Recycling side against Dennis Simmerman, Wytheville, Virginia, 67 Camaro. Dialed in 605. $19 red this time for James Hauser. 7 to the good for Dennis Simmerman. 606 with the 7 on the 605 continues on. Hauser 37 on the 31, a little early, then a little late. John Majulia. ProMotion Engines 85 Camaro 662 in for Majulia. Against Jerry Lone in the big Jeep Pontiac, dial 583. So Jerry Lone will be waiting on the OK Sales and Recycling side. .005 to a 23, $18 advantage going to Majulia. Double breakout one light though. Majulia 661 with a 1 on the 62, 9 thou under. Jerry Lone 8 thou under his 583 dial in. Majulia took 19, needed to take just a touch less. Jerry Lone will move on to the next round. 23 light and 8 thou under gets the win light. Tanner Miller, Cole Heritage Custom 72 wagon, the Wetsu machine. Dialed 624. Going to be almost heads up with the Surfside, South Carolina 67 Camaro, JP Britt. 622 dial in for Britt. Big wheels up lead and a 19th thou advantage for Tanner Miller. 5 to a 24, 28 with a 1, 4th thou margin of victory on the 624. JP Britt 24 and a 624 with a 6 on the 22 gets him behind, and he'll have to think about hitting the re-entry window. Andre Mead, White Plains, Maryland base 79 Fairmont, 518 dialing for the Ferd. Going to be chasing Skip Briggs out of Lexington. Beautiful 1970 Nova, dial 588. $12 to a 48. Start line advantage in the win light for Andre Mead. Gets behind and gets the win light. Folks, Ben Height is looking for an engine diaper, please. Ben Height. If anybody's got an engine diaper, Ben Height needs an engine diaper for a 3rd gen Camaro that'll work for a 3rd gen. You got it, bring it to the tower. He'll be here in a bit. Otis Adams, 642 dial-in. Up against Michael Jackson's 551. Battle of the Novas. Jackson on the left side of the racetrack doing the chasing. 25 light to a 2 light advantage, Michael Jackson. And he gets the win light. 53 with a 2 on the 51. 27th out margin. 644 with a 6 on a 42 for Otis. Cannot get there. Bob Harris, Pittsboro, North Carolina, 68 Camaro, 599 dialing for Bob. 589 for Chad Thurman, driving the S10 out of Vienna, Maryland. Advantage, Harris. 008 to a 41. Should be and will be Bob Harris. 601 with a 4 on the 599. Nice tidy 400s margin at the finish line over Chad Thurman. 92 with a 1 on a 589. I have to think about re-entry. Eddie Collins coming up next in the Firebird. 621 dial-in. Carolina no time side against Gary Daniel. The Butch Wallace owned at 99 Firebird dialed in 530. Doing the chasing. Boy, problems for Collins. Gary Daniel eased it through 535 with a 3 on the 530, 124. Collins, not sure what happened there, but it wasn't good. Lonnie Plyler, Statesville, North Carolina, the Camaro out 579. On the OK Sales and Recycling side, S10, driven by Wayne Palmer. Hughesville, Maryland, the 79 Camaro. Excuse me, the S10 dialed in 665, and it's going to be $3,000 red for Plyler. The S10 will be the winner, 666 with a 6 on the 665. Plyler was 3 red and dead on with a 1 on his 579 dial-in. Ouch. Bill Hurst, Grafton, Ohio. Bill and the Matty Gill owned Hot Rod. 607 dial-in for Phil, OK Sales and Recycling side. Almost heads up with Dalton Weltner in the yellow S10 out of Marydale, Maryland. Square-bodied S10, 608 on the window. 11th thou advantage, 23 to a 34. Dalton Weltner, finish line comes up, double breakout, one like Dalton. Both of them holding a bit. 605 with a 5 on the 608 for Dalton Hurst. 603 with a 2 on the 607. Joe Childs, 1991 Oldsmobile for Joe. up against Mark Orlowski. Orlowski in the Vega wagon, dialed 634. And 19th out red for Orlowski ends that early. 13 to the good for Joe Childs. 609 with a 7 on a 608. Orlowski was 19 red, dead 0. Jeff Burtis now in the left lane, the Carolina No Time lane. DoorSlammer chassis fab, 80 Malibu wagon, 555 cubic inches of motor. Taking that shoebox on wheels down the racetrack up against Chris Hess. Marietta, Ohio, best-based 73 Challenger. $5.99 dial in for Hess, and he's going to be your winner as Jeff Burtis goes reverse James Bond, turns it red. Hess 6 flat with a 1 on the $5.99. Moving on to round 2. Kevin Parks. $5.99 dial in for Parks. Rolling up on the Carolina No Time, second gen Camaro. Against Harrison Tucker. Denton, North Carolina, dial in a $5.95. Tucker is 11th out red. Kevin Parks will be your winner, 27 good. Dead on with a 7. Harrison Tucker dialed at $5.95, goes $5.95 with an 8, but 11th out early. Rip Shaw, Cape May Courthouse, the home base of the 86 T-Bird. See it on the side, it's the bow tie bird rolling up there with Chevy Power. It's the small block motivated machine of Donald Brown. Curry, North Carolina, 92 Beretta, going to be chasing Ripshaw. The 523 dial in. Donald Brown, 15th out early on departure. The 523 of the 3 on the 23. Ripshaw, 14 light to the good and your winner. 543 with the 5 on the 44. Chris Hodge, Rutledge, Tennessee. The 66 Chevy twice. Down 630 against Marty Wright. 87 Monte Carlo. The Marty Carlo down in 537. Here on the OK Sales Recycling side end. The Marty Carlo will continue on. 10 dead, 3 on the 537 dial in for Marty. 5 red and 29 with an 8 on the 30 for Chris Hodge. Brian Jones out of Cookeville, Tennessee. 68 Camaro on the OK Sales and Recycling side. Against the man from Broadway, Virginia, the 1992 Beretta of Stevie Corbin. 534 dial in for Stevie. $11 to the good to 17 light, $6 advantage for Brian Jones. Win light, Brian Jones, 11 dead 7. Throws down an 18 pack. Stevie Corbin, 17 dead 8 on his 534. Not good enough. Now Chris Dean. Dean Performance Camaro. Hunnins Deer Ranch as well, dialed in 601. Against Carlton Moore. Beautiful. Low flying the Chevy Nova, dialed in at a 550. Five to 17 advantage. Carlton Moore, win like Carlton Moore. Dean tried to get rid of some down at the top end, but it was a moot point. 552 with a 2 on a 550 for Moore. 122 on a 005 light. Dean 17 light. 05 with a 2 on a out of the gas 108 on the 601. Cam Clark. Clark Automotive 69 Camaro 597. On the OK Sales Recycling side, Billy Rowland out of Tennessee, the Cobb's Auto Parts 67 Camaro, dialed 567. Just 2 thou separate them, 25 to a 27. Finish line will come up and it's gonna go. Billy Rowland, 25 dead 5. Did not leave Cam Clark a lot of room. Clark 604 on the 597, so way off the dial. Ron Phipps, Salisbury, North Carolina, where they make steak. 578 dialing. Up against Brian Adkins, Bluefield, West Virginia, the 460 Auto and RV Sales, 72 Nova. 625 for Brian. Going to be doing the chase, getting chased, versus Phipps. $12 light to a 36 advantage Adkins, and win light Adkins. 626 of the 1 on the 25. Getting the win as Phipps was 36. Dead 6 on the 578 dial in, bowing out. And we'll have to think about moving his way into the re-entry round. David Young. Young dialed in 573, the 62 Chevy 2. Against the Oldsmobile, piloted by Bug McCarty, dialed in 582. 008 to an 80, not a good look for McCarty, and the McCarty Auto Parts machine gets beat. 008, dead 0. 8-pack for David Young. Best package of the day today will get a 8 or 9 inch converter courtesy of Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters. David Young just laid down a 008 pack. That's a good start. Something to look at. Chris Smith, Dean's Performance and Sullivan Trucking S10 down 582. Almost heads up with Richard Rice in his S10, the black machine out of Fallsington, Pennsylvania, down 581. Oh. That hurts. 11 red for Chris Smith, 81 with a 3 on the 82. Richard Rice had his finger super glued to the button. A 1 point reaction time. And a 580 on the 581 moves him to the next round. One of our Canadian friends that made their way down, Matt Costable. Port Dover, Canada. 527 dial in for the man from the Great White North, coming up against Tim Jackson, Clinton, North Carolina. The Lumberjack, 73 Nova. And the Canadian with the starting line advantage, 008 to a 23, and a 28 with a 5 is 23 pack. On the 527 dial in, beats Tim Jackson at the hit. Jackson got there first by 4, broke out by 4 thou to do it off his 634 dial in. Tyler Ruff, S10 dialed in at a 538. Going to be chasing the Nova of Danny Bass out of Blue Ridge, Virginia. The Bass Transmissions Nova dialed in 603. Bass, not great. Should be Tyler Ruff, 23 light. 539 with a 7 on the 38. 605 with a 3 for Danny Bass, and very late on the let go. Michael Pascal. Pascal sighting and windows. 65 chop top Falcon out 560. Mike Sexton a 576. The quarter flash 67 Mustang out of Virginia. Team Sexton bringing up another player in the game. Yeah, that's what you expect to see. The name Sexton there. 002, 77 with the 5 on the 576 for Mike Sexton. Pascal letting go late. 48 light, dead 6, will not get it done. 37th out behind at the finish line. Next up, Matt Phillips. Coming out in the Nova, OK Sales and Recycling side, he'll be dialed in 566. Waiting for Leon. Says, we good? All right, Sean Lingerfelt, the 96 Beretta out of South Carolina, dialed 519. The Carolina No Time production lane. Phillips lights the pre-stage beam, as does Lingerfeld. Making their last moves in, both ready to go pretty quickly. Trip zip to 001. Advantage Lingerfeld when light Lingerfeld throws down a 2-pack. Matt Phillips, 15-pack, no good. Folks, remember, best losing package in round one is round one brought to you by Loose Rocker Promotions. Best losing package gets a free re-entry and the re-entry buy, if there is one. Matt Phillips currently sitting on that. Not always highly sought out prize. Jeff Miller, $5.99 dialing, has Daryl Collins about 527 chasing him down. 13 dead, 9 on the 527 dial for Daryl Collins, your winner. 20 and 13th out over for Jeff Miller of his 599. Gonna have to think about re-entry. Again, re-entry can be purchased at the Loose Rocker registration trailer there next to the staging lanes. Right next to the Hank Thomas Performance fuel pumps. David Taylor, left lane, 567 dialing out of Maryland. Driving the Nova against Tommy Plott, Beal Racing Engines, 65 Mustang, dial 523. $16 to a 19, 3,000 advantage. David Tyler goes too quick. 565 with a 3 on the 67. Tommy Plott, 24 with an 8 on the 523, gets behind, gets the win. Michael Hornstein out of Hookstown, Pennsylvania, 555 dial-in. Going to be chasing the second gen Camaro, or at least most of it, driven by Chris Ferguson. Dialed 638. Ninth out advantage, 24 to a 33 for Hornstein. Winlight, Hornstein. Ferguson, 637 with the 4 on the 38. Too quick. 556 with a 6 for Hornstein on the 555. Moving on. Leon Robertson coming up next in the Monza, down 605. Okay, sales and recycling side of the racetrack. For the Malibu of Jamie Goodman from Hurt, Virginia. Beal Racing Engines, Dow 589, and doing the chasing. .002 to .006. Advantage Goodman. Win light Goodman. Robertson, 006. 605 and the 9 out of 605, not good enough because Jamie Goodman was 002, 89 with a 3 and the 589. Already, early on in round one, we've had 3 00 winning packages. That was our second losing 15 pack. Leon can't even get best losing package because he did it second. Dylan Biondo. The Biondo and Domino. Firebird dialed in 601 out of New York up against Dallas Cherry's Camaro. Dialed in at a 578, and it's going to be Biondo getting behind and getting the win light. 30 light, 02 with a 2 on a 601, beats the 17 and 6 thou under the 578 dial in of Dallas Cherry. Jeff Krasinski. The guy has won this race a few times. 556 dialing over there in the Carolina No Time production side. Against John Olson out of Morris Plains, dial the 66 Chevelle. 559 dial in for Olson, 556 for Krasinski. And Olson, 6 red ahead of Krasinski's 3 red. Crusher goes 554 with a 2 on the 556. 555 with an 8 on the 559 for Olson. Brent Schroeder, the S10 down 611 against Larry Chapman's 550 out of Willow Springs. Boy, and Chapman having an issue. Vince Strauner will be your winner. And the Oldsmobile out 661 turns it red. Sean Carpenter will be your winner. 596 dial in, 009 light, 94 with a 7 on the 96. The Oldsmobile 35 red, dead on with a 6.2 with the 661 dial in. Wiseman Racing 540 the dial in. OK Sales and Recycling side. It's the man they call John Boy, John Smith. Bowersville, Georgia, the Monza dialed in 5:38. Trip zip for Smith. Dead 2. Good Lord. Second 002 pack we've had today. 7 red, 1 thou under for Wiseman on the 540 dial-in. Next pair, Garrett Griffith. S10 on the Carolina No Time side, dialed in 622. 572 dial in for Dean Bowman, OK Sales Recycling side, the General Insulation Dean's Performance. Sponsored ride. Racers, please make sure you're pulling up in the lanes. 14 to a 40, again late. Keep them tight, guys. Griffith had the advantage, got rid of a little too much at the finish line. Dean Bowman will be your winner. 7th hour margin of victory, 574 on the 572, 119 miles an hour. Griffith 500s, almost 600s over his dial. Not going to get it done, even with the 14 light and a 26th hour advantage. School bus. The Chevy Blazer dialed in 601 to a 660 for Caleb Ellison. The Nova on the Carolina No Time side will be getting chased by the SUV. Caleb, 4th hour early on the let go. 656 and 8 on the 660. School bus, 26 light. 6 flat with a 5 on the 601 moving on. Slate Roberts. The Ronnie Roberts Racing T-Bird dialed 503. OK Sales and Recycling side. Going to be chasing Chase Myers in the Camaro, dialed in 587. One red for Roberts. Myers 14 to the good and 1 thou under his 587 dial-in. Clayton Roberts, 1 red, 29 thou under his 503 dial-in. Larry Houck, the second out of Thornville, Ohio, 89 S10. Coming up against the guy going off the bottom bulb, that's Seth Phillips. Montpelier, Virginia, 673 dial-in for Seth. Seven to a 32 advantage, Seth Phillips. Phillips on the double breakout win. 672 with a 2 on the 73, 8 thou under. 11 thou under for Larry Houck, 84 with a 9 on a 586. Seth with the better light, gets there first and gets the win light. Barry Tichy the second. TNT Construction sponsored Falcon dial 596. Going to be chasing the Camaro of Andrew Waddle out of Pickerington, Ohio. 602 dial-in for Andrew on the OK Sales and Recycling side. Two red to 2 green. Waddle will be your winner. 602 Dagos, 6 flat with a 2. Tichy, 594 with a 6 on the 596. Has to head over to the registration trailer if he would like to re-enter. Dan Fletcher, Churchville, New York. No, he's not. He's from North Carolina now. 651 dial in up against Gray Kimball's 586. Kimball in the 70 Nova. He'll be chasing that big blue wagon. 4 to a 24. Advantage Fletcher. Winlight Fletcher. Folks, he took 4/10 thou at the finish line. 4 light. 52 with a 5 on the 51. Kimball. 585 with a 5 on the 586. Broke out by 5 thou. Just kind of a spectator in that one after his 24 light. Sanders Woolfolk, the right time. Steel Right Plumbing. 74 Comet coming up here on the OK Sales Recycling side. Going to be chasing after Ben Height. 83 S10 out of Rochester, New York. Height dialed in 664. Does Woolfolk's 571. Woolfolk turns at 17th, thou red. Ben Height, 005 to the good, 62 with an 8 on the 664. Woolfolk holding a couple, 568 with a 1 on the 571.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
A little bit of stuff on the racing surface. We're going to have to go out there and drag that real quick. And we'll be back at you in just a minute. Hey folks, holidays are coming up. Maybe your kids are going to school and they got some, they want to give something away to the teachers, or maybe they got the classmates. Maybe you want to give something away to your friends at work and you're trying to think of what could be that unique thing without spending all your money. Check out Calvert Kettle Corn. CalvertKettleCorn.com. Go on there, lots of flavors to choose from. They do have packages where they'll send multiple small bags. They ship anywhere, and it is the best kettle corn out there. If you have not yet tried it out, and you're not within driving distance of Calvert County, Maryland, and have not yet had Calvert Kettle Corn, make your way out to CalvertKettleCorn.com on the interwebs. And again, check it out. They do have several options as far as shipping goes, and as far as flavors and packages. And again, the multiple small bags. You want to give away a gift that's unique and tasty. Get that sweet, salty crunch of Calvert Kettle Corn coming at you. Calvert Kettle Corn, the sponsor of the Ron the Announcer award given out to stuff that I like. I may have my winner already, by the way. Again, folks, help us out a little bit if you happen to be walking by and you see a piece of trash or something that's not in a can that's blowing around. If you could be so kind as to take care of that for us, we'd appreciate it. As again, with this breeze, it's blowing right across the track, and anything that's laid down on the ground that doesn't make it to a trash can is going to find its way out onto the racing surface. Well, Michael already made one sweep through that side of the racing track. Go back out. Chris Scarlata from Berger, New York. The Rally Nova. On the Carolina No Time side against Randy Sessoms out of Roseboro, North Carolina. Arnold Smith owned Nova on the OK side. So you got the 71 Nova of Sessoms and the 72 Rally Nova of Scarlata. My buddy Wayne Winship is watching up in Medina, Ohio. He's got his original Rally Nova that he is, I believe, somewhere close to 4,000 passes on it in its lifetime. (32-24), 8th down advantage for Randy Sessoms. Finish line comes up. He gets the win on the double breakout. Both guys were 1 thou under their dial-ins. Sessoms 0-4 with the 9 out, 6:05. Carlotta 54 with a 9 on a 55, but the better reaction time gets the win light for Sessoms. Sorry about that, Aaron Scarlata. Brandon Hutchins, the LeBaron out 5-14. Here on the OK Sales and Recycling side. Up against Dean Miller. Oldsmobile Cutlass dialed in 479, 632 cubic inches of motivation. Miller, a little too motivated, 3 thou early. Dead 4 on the 479. Meanwhile, Hutchins 15 light. Dead on his 514 dial with a 5, getting the win light. Trish Witt, Westchester, Pennsylvania. The home base for the young lady on the Carolina No Time side. 579 down to the 572 for Don Schoford. Driving the Oldsmobile here in the OK Sales Recycling side. $10,000 difference between them. Neither one of them great on the hit. Win light will go though to Chauffeur, dead on with a 1. Witt a little late getting out, and then 579 with a 9 on the 79 will not be good enough. She'll have to think about re-entry. I think a problem for Mike Lesage. Driveline issue. So Leon Tynes Sr. will be your winner. So Leon tells Leon to go into the beams. .507 with the 9 on the 505 for Tynes. He'll have to do the math to figure out that he would have been about a 24 on that hit. Next pair, Scott Macy, 662 dial in. Randleman, North Carolina, driving the Coronet. Up against Jarrett Creech. The primered Nova dialed in 550, the OK Sales Recycling side. Macy's been racing this car a long, long time. Macy turns it red. Creech, trip, zip. 6 red for Macy, and 48 with a 9 on the 50 for Jarrett Creech. 660 with a 4 on the 662 for Scott Macy. J.R. Lockhart, Riverside, Ohio. 637 dial in for Lockhart. Against Vinny Domino. Domino dialed in 630. Carolina no time side in the Nova. Actually, I believe that's Subchinski. As him and Domino are sharing numbers, they just don't know it yet. 001 to 007, advantage Subchinski. Win light Subchinski lays down a 5-pack. Junior Lockhart was 7 and mathematically ineligible. 636 of the 3 on the 637. Got their first by 5 thou, just why not? Subchinski, your winner. Trey Dalton and Drew Smith coming up next. Drew's Camaro dialed in 654. Against Dalton, the 68 Camaro on the Carolina no time side out of Virginia. Now 587 doing the chasing. 10 to a 25. Advantage Trey Dalton, win light Trey Dalton. 18 pack over Drew Smith. 10 and 587 with an 8 on the 587. Drew Smith 656 and 2 on the 54 to 25 light gets him behind. Brandon Lane. Kenny Smith Rent-A-Ride. Got the Going Bracket Racing logo on the side of it. OK Sales Recycling side up against R.B. Smith. 66 Le Mans with a whole lot of Chevy going on up in front. Out of Roxborough. I think he might have just went through the beams. So Brandon Lane will be your winner. Here comes the Super Destroyer, Tim Thomas. Thomas Auto Repair. Camaro out of Lumberton, dial 556 on the OK Sales Recycling side. Up against the Mopar Motivated Stealth, driven by Greg Brown out of Summerfield. The Noble Trucking Machine, dial 526. $12,000 difference between Thomas and Brown. Advantage Brown Goes too quick. Took 26, it's taken 24 or less. 5.25 with an 8 on the 26 for Brown. Tim Thomas, 57 with a 2 on a 56. And a 23 light. Good enough. Couple more first-gen Camaros coming at you. Andy Lloyd here on the OK Sales Recycling side out of Doswell, Virginia. 69 Camaro down 553 to the 537 of Joe Gary. Even numbered doubles. Need you to the lanes, please. Even numbered doubles. Need you to the lanes, please. Even numbered doubles. Need you to the lanes, please. Even doubles. 7 red for Andy Lloyd. Win will be Joe Gary as he goes 539 with a 0 on the 537 and a 10 light. Andy Lloyd 51 with a 4 on the 553. 7 red. Taylor Cook, dialed in 637 in the long roof, 598 for the S10. Kevin Pollard. Win line will go to John Lassiter. Arnold Smith, the natural high, Nova dialed in 627, 640 for Emily Dittbrenner out of Aston, Pennsylvania. Common transmission 89 Camaro. Trip zip, but can't get there. 15 pack for her, not going to get it done. That's the third losing 15 pack this round. Arnold Smith, 11 dead, 0 on the 627 dial in, your winner. Dittbrenner was trip zip, 41 to the 5 on a 40. Eric Thomas, Fairmont, North Carolina. Thomas Auto Repair, 67 Camaro, 517 dial in. We'll be waiting 2 lights on Richard Alford, 617 dial in. Eleven red for Eric Thomas. 26 to the good for Richard. 614 with an 8 on the 617 Thomas. 514 with a 5 on the 517 and 11 red for him. Roger Plyler. 540 dial in for Roger. Carolina No Time side of the racetrack. Again, we've called even number doubles to the lanes, even number doubles. Coming up against the Vega of Matt Sayers. George English and Sons sponsored, out of Vinton, Virginia. Identical reaction times for Plyler and Sayers, both 42 at the hit. Plyler 540 with a 2 on the 540, getting the win. Sayers 612 with a 5 on the 612, not going to be good enough. Denny West, 568 dial in for Denny. Riding up in the Beretta on the Carolina No Time side, 568. Going to be chased by Robert Braglin's low flying Nova on the OK Sales Recycling side, dialed in 530. $14 red for Denny. Going to hand the win to Robert Braglin. 29 with a 0 on the 530. Denny West, 14 red. 70 with a 6 and a 68. Braglin was a 16 light on the winning effort. Coming up, Wes Siegel. A couple of the better looking Camaros on the property right there, side by side. Siegel's black Camaro out of Flemington, New Jersey. Dialed 630. Carolina No Time side, OK Sales Recycling side, that is Travis Harvey out of Burlington. 69 Camaro as well, dialed in at a 528. Big block under the hood of the Sullivan Eastern Roundtree Racing Machine. Small block 434 stroker for Siegel in his car. Siegel 11 wrong side. Going to hand the win over to Travis. 25 with a 7 on a 528 for Travis Harvey. 009 light, 11 red, and 8 thou under the 630 aisle for Wes Siegel. Mason Fix out of New York, 1969 Butterscotch Dodge Dart, dialed 736. One of my favorite Mopar colors. And love this car with the bottle caps on it. Going to be getting chased by Jeff Fawcett, Snow Camp, North Carolina, the Jeff's painting. Camaro dialed in 625. .005 to a 24 advantage. Going to go to Fawcett. Win light will go there too. Fix tries to get a little further behind, but moot point. 27 with a 1 on a 25 for Fawcett. 26 pack beats the a little bit more than that for Fix. 24 and 300s over. No, but out in 615. Carolina No Time side up against J.P. Britt. Surfside, South Carolina out 624. Again, we've called even number doubles and odd number doubles. Guys, remember, please hang back and wait for us to call you for your second one. And 16 red for Derek Willard. Win light will go to J.P. Britt. A little late letting go with a 58, but 11th thou under. Still gets the win light by virtue of the red light. Blaine Parrish, Ronnie Roberts Racing Mustang. He is on the Carolina No Time side against Bubba Pascal's S10, dialed in 628. Here on the OK Sales and Recycling side. .005 to a 20. Pascal out in front, breaks out. Pascal, 005 and 5 thou under. And the win light will go to the Ronnie Roberts machine driven by Blaine Parrish. Car's been ill handling all day today, and he still gets the W, goes to round 2. Gives them time to go back and maybe have a look-see at it. And Bubba, oh boy, keep the sharp objects away from him. Bug McCarty and Robert Hetzler, your next pair. Hetzler's Mustang, 377 cubic inches of Ford motivation, down at 627. 581 for McCarty in the Achieva. McCarty Auto Parts represent. 007 for McCarty, goes too quick by 5 thou. Hetzler gets behind and sees his win light come on. 628 with a 1 on the 27. 007 and 5 thou under for McCarty, the McCarty Auto Parts Olds. Dan Northrup, the ISC Racers tape. Vega, Pipersville, Pennsylvania, 576 dialing. Against Larry Chapman, the Willow Springs, North Carolina-based Ronnie Roberts Racing, 77 Nova. 1 thou difference, 20 to a 21. Finish line comes up, it's going to be Northrup on the double breakout. 5 thou under his 576 dial in. Chapman, 11 thou under his 550 dial in. Nick Wellman, Huntington, West Virginia, 1969 Barracuda. Bob George Racing. Down in on the OK Sales Recycling side, going to have Mark Davis in the Beretta out of Liberty, South Carolina, chasing him down. Double 04 red for Wellman. Mark Davis, 14 to the good. 535 to the 6 on the 34. Edwards Racing S10, 651 dial into 715. Edwards and David Young. Win light will be Edwards 7 and 53 of the 5 on a 651. David Young 717 with a 5 on the 15 and a 19 light gets him 12 thou behind. Austin Durham. Austin in the S10. OK Sales and Recycling side, 578 dial in. It's the Foggy Bottom Racing, Woolridge Motorsports. Malibu of Jamal Woolridge. $11 to a 23 advantage. Austin Durham, win light. Austin Durham, 11 and a dead 6 on the 578. 23 dead 4. Good pass for Woolridge, but not good enough. Rob Liperone. Liperone out of New Hope, Pennsylvania. 80 vet. The Rob's machine. Rob's auto body and collision. Up against Russell Penny. Down at a 572 in the Camaro. Liperone, 538 dialing, 10 light, 21 light for Penny. And Liperone's vet will be your winner, 10 dead, 0. Penny, 21 and dead, 8 on the 572, 19 thou behind. Scott Richards, Barberville, Kentucky, the home base for Scott in the Chevy Nova. 577 down against Rusty Blackford. Bluefield, Virginia based. Wayne Street Auto and Towing sponsored 87 Dodge Charger. Little Mopar motivation. Under the hood, dialed 606 and moving out first. Double 04, 006, it's going to be Scott Richards, your winner. 004, 77 of the 9 on the 77 for a 13-pack, 7th out ahead of the 606 with dial-in for Blackford with 6074, 006, and having to think about re-entry. Dan Delaney down out of Covington, Virginia, against Ricky Williams in the Roadster. I think actually Scott Day driving today. 5-26 advantage to Delaney. 62 with a 0 on the 661. Williams 26 and 200s over. The 555 dial-in. Brian Cerruti, 636 dial-in for Cerruti, OK Sales Recycling side. Jana Lawrence in the Ranger out of Rustburg, Virginia. Cerruti with an 11th down advantage, 23 to a 34, and Cerruti will be your winner. 36 with a 3 on the 36, 636. Shanna 681 with a 2 on the 81, but gave up 11th out the starting line. Next up, Chris Giles. Roseland, Virginia, the 99 Dodge Dakota. Against Chip Johnson coming in from Fayetteville, North Carolina, the Kimball Midwest 82 Camaro. Legend up here on the OK Sales and Recycling side. Get ready to chase down Giles. $618 for Chip, $673 for Chris. 3,000 difference, 29 to a 32. Ever so slight advantage for the man from Virginia. Win light will go there as well. Giles, 29 and dead 2 on the 73 dial. Chip took 8 thou, had to break out by 9 thou on a 618 dial to do it. Four-eyed Mustang of Tim Foskey Jr. Getting ready to come out of the water, the Carolina No Time side. Donald Brown in the Beretta down in 523. 612 for Foskey's Mustang. To a 32 advantage. Foskey, but he goes too quick. Gets under the dial. Win light will go to Donald Brown. 32 dead 5 on the 523. Foskey takes away with a 4 on the 612, taking way too much finish line. Try another four-eyed Mustang. That's Bob Weltner Jr. The 86 Mustang against Joe Hartzell, the 71 Dart out of Stanfield, North Carolina. Seven to a 13 advantage. Four-eyed Mustang. Win light this time going to that Mustang. 5 thou margin of victory. 31 with a 9 on the 630 and a 7 light for Weltner. Hartzell 56 with an 8 on a 55. Just a touch closer to the dial, but a little bit further away from the reaction time with a 13 light. Philip Bullock, the assist. Assist in the Camaro here on the OK Sales Recycling site out of Fayetteville. 615 dial in for Lee. 583 for Philip Bullock out of Nashville, North Carolina, the 66 Nova. Again, those of you watching on Motor Mania TV, brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment, you are currently watching the 10th annual American DoorSlammer Nationals, Racer T's American DoorSlammers Nationals, brought to you by McCarty Auto Parts, Brizzy Transmissions and Converters. $10,000 to win warm-up. The assist, wheels up and gone. With a red light, 27 red, Philip Bullock will be your winner. 18 and 1 thou under the 583 dial-in. 27 red and 24 thou under the 615 dial-in was lead assist. Orr and Herb Bailey, Herb Virginia-based 98 S10. Another good-looking ride over there on the Carolina No Time side up against Sean Carpenter. His recently redone Camaro. Dial to 596, one of the all-time greats as far as loose rocker goes, and he's going to be a winner here. The Baileys turn it red. Carpenter 21 to the good, 94 with a 6 on the 96. Jarrett Creech out of Selma, North Carolina, the 69 Nova, dialed in a 548. Hey, folks, do you want to buy yourself a beautiful Dodge Coronet? You want to pay loonies for it? Check out Dave Gunn. This machine is for sale. Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Yep, borders open enough for race cars to come across. 660 dialing for Gunn. And the Canadian's going to be your winner as Jarrett Creech a little early on the let go. 663 on the 60 for Gunn. 9 red and dead on with a 3. The 548 dial for Jarrett Creech. Aaron Roten out of East Newmarket, Maryland. 591 dial into the 539. The OK Sales and Recycling side, the Wiseman Racing. Twelve to a 32, advantage Roten. Winlight Roten. 92 with a 9 on the 91. 20th out the start line, 19th out the finish line. 540 with an 8 on the 39 and a 32 light. Not going to get it done for Wiseman. Eric Wagner coming up now on the OK Sales Recycling side, 74 Camaro. Against Bryce Cornish Jr. Burlock, Maryland, the home base for that S10. 614 will be doing the chasing. Doesn't have to worry about it at this point. 12 red for Derek Wagner, 25 to the good for Cornish. Dead on with a 5. Now Michael Hornstein, John Myers. Hornstein, a wild burnout across the starting line. In the Camaro, 555 dial in. He likes burnouts. Up against John Myers. Myers out of Glen Burnie, Maryland, the 2002, in the S10. $14 to a 19, 5,000 advantage S10. Winlight S10. 595 with a 3 on the 94. 556 with an 8 on the 55 for Michael Hornstein. Got him 10,000 behind after giving up 5,000 at the starting line. Billy Wilson. Billy driving the Camaro here, OK Sales and Recycling side against Rocco Ciccone Jr.'s Mustang out in 832. Bringing the street car out. 1,000 difference between Ciccone and Wilson. It's going to be Wilson dead on with a 5. And that 612 dial in 834 to the 6 on the 832 for the Mustang. Doing street car things by leaving a little bit of condensation on the starting line. Skip Briggs and Barry Teachy waiting again as we got a little bit of condensation. 594 for Tichy in the Falcon. 586 dialing for Skip Briggs, driving the Nova. Three was trip, zip, and problems for Briggs. Tichy will get the win as Briggs shuts it down early. 633 at only 90 miles an hour. Tichy was 003. 99 with a 0 on the 94. Saw that Briggs wasn't coming and got out of it. Briggs was perfect, but then just could not get there. Jack Foster and Timothy Fletcher. Fletcher dialed 611 to the 615 for Foster in the Orange Nova. 10 to a 43 advantage, Foster. Win light will go to Timothy Fletcher, though, as Foster pushes it out the top end, breaks out, taking over a 10th at the finish line. Timothy went down there and did his imitation of Casper, just flat disappeared. Nathan Sexton and Joe Foley. Your next pair, Nathan's 68 Mustang, M&S Automotive out of Pulaski, Virginia, dialed 649. Foley in the Dave Stebner-owned Duster, dialed in 595 for Top Fuel Joe. .46 to a 17, big starting line advantage. Going to go to Foley in the win light, 598 with an 8 on the 595. As Sexton also doing the disappearing act at the finish line. But that just made him run 700s over instead of just not winning. Uncharacteristically late for Nathan. Sal Biondo, Middle Village, New York. The Biondo Racing S10, dialed in 610. Cameron Cardulis, the Pontiac out of Newark, Ohio, dialed in 679. .005 to, well, Sal won't be real happy with himself. Win line will go to Cameron Cardulis. 005, 81 with a 4 on the 79. Biondo dead on with a 0 and 22 thou behind with the 610 dial in. Joe Hoskins and Gary Humphreys. It's Sal's birthday? Seriously? You got to know these things ahead of time. Hoskins down 615 in the orange Mustang. 6 flat for Humphreys in the Chevelle. 006, 004. Humphreys and Hoskins. Top end, it's going to be double breakout win light for Humphreys. 599 with a 0, 10 thou under. The 6 flat to the 613 with an 8 on the 15 for Hoskins, who had the better light. Took 4 and needed to get behind a tad. Winner for Gary Humphreys. Oh, thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mike. Andy Dolan, 602 dialing the 631 for Ken Clark in the S10. 18 to a 17. Ken Clark, 17 dead zero, makes Andy Dolan's 18 light a moot point. Andy got there by around 2 thou and broke out in the process. Okay, good idea, Mike O'Connell. Happy belated birthday to Sal. I guess his birthday was last week. People on Motor Mania TV, presented by Summit Racing Equipment, saying happy birthday to Sal. Leon Robertson, 627 dial into the 567 for Vinny Domino. Win light will go to Vinny Domino. Hey, if you're singled and you have an odd number, we'll take you to the lanes, please. As Vinny Domino, 69 with a 1 on the 67, a 004 light and a red light for Robertson. Robert Richardson and Chris Mancini. Richardson in the Mustang. 5 to a 13 advantage. Richardson, 577 down, goes 79 with a 7. 8 down margin of victory. Chris Mancini, 617 with a 7 on a 615. So, yep, any odd-numbered single-entered racer. The lanes at this time. Odd-numbered single-entered racer. Odd-numbered single entries to the lanes, please. Next pair up, Ricky Green out of Greensboro, and named after him. 638 dialing for the tick. Up against Sanders Woolfolk in the Comet, dialed in 568. Sanders, 6 on the wrong side. Tick will be your winner, 26 to the good. 637 with a 5 on the 38. Sanders, 569 with a 0 on the 68. Charles Rault, Midlothian, Virginia. Charles in the hoodless Comet. Charles Wright. Another one of the Steel Right Plumbing hot rods, dialed in 594, 550 for Carlton Moore out of Nashville, North Carolina. Doing the chasing in the Nova. 17 to a 43 advantage, Carlton Moore. Win like Carlton Moore, 52 with a 6 on the 50. Right, a 595 with a 3 on the 594, but a little late letting go. Don Keuchel, Windsor, New York. The Precision Crankworks Roadster dialed in 579. Going to be chasing the Wheelie Machine here in the OK Sales Recycling side. That is Adam Buchanan in the 80 Boo. Out 613. Buchanan, 5 thou red. 18 to the good for Keuchel. Now 579 goes 580 with a 1 on the 79. Buchanan 610 with a 5 on the 613 and 5 red. Gary Goldberg. No, not that Goldberg. That was Bill. Gary, 604 dial in. Rockwood, Tennessee, the home base. Getting ready to come out of the water now. Maybe. Billy Buchanan out of Morganton, North Carolina. Waiting patiently at the OK Sales Recycling side dial, 642. So again, odd numbered single entries. Need you the lanes, please, regardless of sticker color or sticker. 3,000 difference between Buchanan and Goldberg. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Billy Buchanan, 643 with a 5 on the 42. Goldberg, 07 with a 3 on the 04. Remember, if round one does not go your way, head on over to the registration trailer. $100 get you back in for the chance after 10K, plus some killer round money and great payout all the way down from a loose rocker on this Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters. $10,000 to win warm-up at the Racer Tees American DoorSlammer Nationals presented by McCarty Auto Parts. Tanner Banks, 582 dial in for Tanner here on the OK Sales Recycling side against the Durham, North Carolina-based John Evans in the 71 Camaro. 11th thou advantage for Evans at the hit. And the win light by 2 thou over Tanner Banks. 26 and 07 with a 6 on the 06 for Evans. Tanner 37, dead 7 on the 582 dial-in and behind. Sam Stevens out of Sugar Grove. 86 S10, 661 dial-in coming up against Chris S. out of Marietta. Driving the Challenger. Out 599. $11 to a 32. Advantage Hess, win light Hess. Todd Stevens, 625 dial in for Todd. Oh, against the 616. Nikki Thomas going off the bottom here on the OK Sales and Recycling side. $23 to a 20. 3 thou advantage for Nikki Thomas. That'll be enough for her. 8 thou advantage at the finish line. 18 with a 7 on 616. Todd Stevens, 628 with a 2 on the 25. Gets 8 thou behind at the finish line. For Randy Gibson in Fairmont, North Carolina, 662 dial in. Against Sean Dunn in the Malibu out of Reidsville, North Carolina. Randy Gibson turns it red. 608 dial in for Dunn. 007 on the hit. Dead on 3 and a 10-pack for Sean Dunn. Gibson, 9 red and 500s over the 662 dial. Michael Pascal, the Chop Top Falcon back up, dialed 560 to a 525 for Rick Whaley. Reed's House Restaurant 90 Camaro out of Reedsville, North Carolina. $525 dial in for Whaley, $560 for Pascal. They must have put some more horsepower in that thing because it used to be glued to 573. Starting to wake up a little bit. .001 to 003. Pascal to the top end. 9-pack for Pascal, getting the win light. 1 dead 8 on the 560. 3 light for Whaley, but a 27 with a 2 on a 25. Gets him headed to the re-entry. The Ellison Racing, yep, Caleb Ellison, Leontine Sr., your next pair. Leon dialed 507, the Tynes Automotive Vega, 656 for Caleb. Going to be leaving wheels up in the Nova. 13 for Caleb, 001 for Tynes. And Tynes, 11th thou under is 507, beats the 14th thou under of Ellison. Next up, Garrett Griffith. Alexandria, Kentucky, 616 dial in for Griffith. In the S10, going to be chasing the 70 Oldsmobile. Piloted by James Lockhart. Charlotte, North Carolina. 760 on the winder. Three to an 18 advantage. The S10 finish line comes up. It will be the S10 of Griffith. 617 with a 6 on the 616 over Lockhart. Ham Clark coming up next in the Camaro. Clark's Automotive out of Reedsville, 593 dial in. It's Bobby Ely. Bobby Love dialed in 541. The 62 Chevy 2 on the Carolina No Time side. .001 red for Clark. Bobby Ely's going to be your winner. He slows down to a 594 as he was kind of checking the quality of the paint on the left wall. Taylor Cook in the wagon, 636 dialing up against Darrell Powell, Morganton, North Carolina in the Chevelle. 8 to a 26 advantage. Daryl Powell, but he goes too quick by a thou. 42 with a 9 on the 43. Taylor Cook, 38 with a 6 on a 636. Daryl Powell took 45, needed to take 44 or less. Matt DeJeanette, Barclay, Virginia, the 601 dial-in. Kevin Pollard going off the bottom in Raider Campbell's car. Turns at 8 red for Kevin Pollard. 602 with a 3 and the 601. DeJeanette will be your winner. 545 with a 4 and the 8 red on the 545 for Pollard. Nick Wellman. 571 dial in for Wellman to the 612 for the Nova on the Carolina No Time side. Wellman, 3 thou behind at the hit, and the win light will go. Carolina No Time side, 612 of the 9 on the 612. The 29 light, 32 light for Wellman, and 200s over the dial. 571 dial will not get it done. David Bernard and Trey Dalton coming up next. Trey, 587 dial in. 68 Camaro on the Carolina No Time side. Going to be against David Bernard's 66 Nova, dialed in at a 621. $3,000 red for Bernard. Hands the win over to Trey Dalton, 008. 86 with the 0 on the 87. Larry Coleman and Jason Simmons, your next pair. Jason's Vega, dialed 572 on a high point. 645 for Coleman's Virginia-based Malibu. Coleman's 23 to the good. Simmons is 001. 74 with a 3 on the 72. 11th margin of victory over Coleman. 646 with a 2 on the 45. Next pair, Wes Siegel back up in the 69 Camaro. House of Pain Performance helping him out, dialed 630. 616 for Derek Willard. Roseboro, North Carolina based Nova, dialed in on the OK Sales Recycling side. Win light will go to Derek Willard, 617 with a 9 on a 616. Folks, here's the plan for the rest of the weekend. For those of you wondering, had some issues today between the time trial, a lot of breakage, a lot of cleanup. As we get ready for our next pair, Dallas Cherry and Dylan Biondo. Biondo in the Firebird, dialed in 601, 577 for Cherry in the Camaro on the OK Sales Recycling side. So we're going to run this as far as we can tonight till we hit the end of the night, basically. We got a curfew, I believe, at 11. Biondo cuts Cherry in half at the hit, 34 to a 68. And Biondo 602 with a 5 on the 01, your winner. Dallas Cherry 78 with a 4 on the 77, but definitely late on the let go. So we are going to run as far as we can tonight. And whatever we have left over will get run and finished on Sunday. And as far as tomorrow and Saturday's 28Ks go, new entry time trials only at the beginning of the day and run to completion both Friday and Saturday. So that is the plan for the weekend, and we will keep that up for everybody as Scott Macy going to be your winner. Boomer Ellison goes 1 thou red and dead 1 on the 635 dial, and Macy a little late, 3 thou under his 661 dialing, but his win light shining. Jessica Biddle 78 Malibu dialed 560 against Maddie Gill out of Grafton, Ohio, dialed 605 in the S10. So again, today's race, we'll go as far as we can tonight. Whatever's left over will be run on Sunday. Friday and Saturday, we'll have new entry time trials and go right into round 1 of eliminations. And any other schedule changes as we go along, we will keep you informed, but that is the plan the rest of the weekend. Gill 002 wrong side. Jessica Biddle will be your winner. 556 with a 9, 123 on the 560. Maddie Gill 603 and the 3 on the 605. 2 red to the 5 to the good for Biddle. Here comes and the wagon way up with the wheels. Finish line goes down. It's going to be dead on 1. 16 dead 1. The Corvette 44 with a 5 on the 43. And a 32 light getting put away for the evening, unless he goes in the re-entry. Jeff Krasinski and Bubba Pascal, your next pair. Krasinski dialed 554. The Camaro on the Carolina side of the racetrack, Carolina No Time Production side. OK Sales and Recycling side, that is Bubba Pascal's S10, dialed 627. .007 to 008, Pascal. Krasinski. It's going to be Krasinski by 5 thou. 007 and H. 555 with a 2 on the 554. Bubba Pascal, 28 with a 6 on the 627. And an 8 light gets him 5 thou behind. Denny West and Joe Childs coming up next. Denny dialed in 570, the Chevy Beretta. Carolina No Time Production side. Going to be chasing the Oldsmobile of Joe Childs. Dialed in 608. In the many years that I've known Michael Beard, that might have been the most athletic. That might have been the most athletic move I've ever seen him make. $14 to a 20. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Denny West, 71 with the 6 on the 570 as Joe Childs, 610 with the 3 on the 608. Got him a thou behind. Again, so far we've called doubles and we've called odd-numbered singles. Odd-numbered singles have been called. Don Delaney, D&D Automotive Oldsmobile out 661. Clayton Roberts 501 in the Ronnie Roberts Racing T-Bird. 5 thou advantage going to Clayton. Finish line comes up. Win light going to go to Delaney. 661 with a 1 on the 61. 23 light. Roberts could not get there. 505 with a 6 on the 01. Blaine Parrish, Clayton, North Carolina. Driving the Ronnie Roberts Racing Mustang. 577 dialing, going to be getting chased by Greg Brown's 525 in the Stealth. Dodge Stealth, big old Mopar motor rotating in front of it. .008 for Greg Brown, and the win light is, again, ill handling for the Mustang of Parrish. Nick Womack. Battle of S10s. Gonna have Womack on the OK Sales and Recycling side, and the red one, down 649, 585. For Larry Houck, the second out of Thornville, in the 89 S10. Need a jump box by the tower. If anybody's got a jump box in the lanes, we have a racer in need of that jump box. Need a jump box if you've got one. Right at the base of the tower. .004 to a 22 advantage, Houck. Win light, Houck. A6 with a 0 on the 585. Womack 22 dead on with a 0 on a 649. Still 8 foul behind. Vince Schroeder. 609 dialing for Vince and his S10 against Jeff Fawcett's Camaro dialed in 624. You got the black dart by the back corner of the tower. Mr. Hartzell could really use a jump box. If somebody's got a jump box, if you could get there, he'd appreciate a jump, please. Fawcett, 3 red, 24 green for Schauder. So Schauder gonna go 610 with the 4 on the 09. Fawcett, 23 with the 3 on the 624. And again, 3 red, no good. We need TL to the gas pumps, please. TL, you're needed at the Hank Thomas Performance gas pumps, please. Michael Jackson, 551 dial. It goes 001 red. Ricky Caldwell, 566 on the 65, your winner. Chad Duke and Richard Alford coming up next. Chad dial 539, the Dean's Performance 68 Camaro. 616 dialing for Alford Chevelle. Win light gonna go by 2,000. Chad Duke, 009 dead 4, beats the 11 dead 4 of Richard Alford. That is the fourth 15 pack that lost this round. And Tough Break could not make it. So we'll have ourselves a competition single. Bruce Thomas. $524 dialing for the Hyattsville, Maryland-based S10. A little bit red for Thomas. All right, still a win light. 25 of the 3 on the 5, 24. Now Matt Costable, another one of our Canadian racers. Matt dialed in 526 with 3rd gen Camaro. 535 for Mark Davis out of Liberty, South Carolina. The Caledina Tire and Auto 86 Camaro. 526, 535 for Davis's Beretta. Moving in on the Carolina side. Double 03 to a 12. Constable to the top end. Can't get there on time. It's going to be Davis. 12 dead, 124 miles an hour in the 535 dial-in. 532 with a 0 on the 526. Andrew Waddle out of Pickerington, Ohio, and Ben Height. Height 001 on the wrong side. Wind light will go to Waddle. 1 red, dead 6 on the 662 dial, and Waddle 29 and 602 with a 7 on the 6 flat, getting the wind light. John Myers, Glen Burnie, Maryland, based S10. Against Jeff Birdie, driving the Rockville, Virginia-based Big Chief, Jerry Lone-owned hot rod. $17 to a 24 advantage. Birdie out by the wall, getting the wind light. 17 dead 8. John Myers 24 and a 99 with a 1 on the 95. Gets some 400s behind Birdie. Comes Mason Fix out of New York. 737 dial in for the Butterscotch Dart. Up against Chip Johnson. Fayetteville, North Carolina based. Kimball Midwest 82 3rd Gen Camaro. $10,000 difference. 737 dial in for Fix. 15 to a 25 advantage. Gets down there, gets the wind light. Dead on with a 7. Johnson 617 with a 1 on a 616. Not going to be good enough for the 25 light. Scott Richards, Barberville, Kentucky based Nova, down in 576. Going to be chasing the Mustang of Jim Solomon from Glenford, Ohio, down in a 593. Solomon turns it red by 29 thou. Richards 576 down, goes 574 with a 2. 118 miles an hour for Scott Richards in the wind light. 29 red and 95 with a 2 on the 93 for Solomon. Rusty Blackford, Bland Street Auto and Towing, 87 Charger. Against the 497 dial up for Ronnie Castle in the vet. Double 06 to a 24 advantage for the vet. Wind light going to be for the vet as well. 98 with a 7 on the 497. Rusty Blackford 608 with a 0 on the 606 and a 24 light. 21 thou behind. Zane Fleming out of Summersville, West Virginia. 63 Nova out 680. Against Jeff Root from Alia, Virginia. And Fleming, 3 thou red. Win light will go to Jeff Root in the Monty. 582 with a 4 and a 584. Skirt, Vickers transmission. Hoosier Tires helping out the 72 Nova. 662 dial in for Skirt. $5.99 for Bob Harris, Pittsburgh, North Carolina, in the 68 Camaro. .006 to a 15. Advantage Skirt. And win light Skirt. 6 dead, 5 for Skirt. Harris was 15 and 10 thou under. Got there first, had to break out to do it. Steve Corbin, Steve in the 92 Beretta, out 534. It's Joey Harrison, 601 in the Jimmy SUV. Four red for Corbin. Harrison, 18 to the good. 602 with a 2 on the 601. Corbin 4 red, dead on the 5 with that 634 dial in. Gary James Jr., Forest, Virginia. All more looking like a grudge car, including the fact that he just purged the nitrous. Dialed in a 616. Going to be chased by Tommy Plott's Mustang. Dialed a 523 out of Winston-Salem. $20 to a 28. Advantage Gary James Jr. Win light will go to Tommy Plott. James took 36. Need take 27 or less as he went 15 with a 1 on a 16 dial. Tommy Plott 524 with a 9 on the 23. Gets behind and watches the win light come on. The Carolina No Time production side. Jamie Goodman. 589 dialing for Jamie. In the Malibu, going to be chased by Gary Daniels, 531 dialing in the Firebird. Virginia Auto Incorporated, the helper. Four to a 20 advantage, Goodman. Win like Goodman. 91 with a 1 on a 589 over Gary Daniel. 20 and 300s over the 531 dial in. Will not get him there. Andre, that's all it says. Andre. 523 dial in against Chris Mancini. Hot Shot Secret, Vickers Transmission, Bob George Racing, 63 Nova. 616 dial in for Mancini. .007, 004 advantage. Andre Winlight Mancini. Andre 521 with an 8 on the 23, 12 thou under with a 4 light Mancini. 617 with a 7 on the 616. 007 and moving to round 2. Andre going to have to think about re-entry. Tom McDonald. 86 Cutlass. Small block motivated, dial 603 out of Sugar Grove. against Burlington's Chris Smith, Sullivan Eastern S10. Roundtree Racing dialed in 581. And the big old red eye for Tom McDonald. Chris Smith will be your winner. 13 to the good, 80 with an 8 on an 81. McDonald 5 red, dead 0. Hey, doubles, if you have not run your second hit, please come to the lanes. Doubles, if you have not run your second hit, please come to the lanes. Doubles, if you have not yet run your second hit, please come to the lanes. .006 red for Andrew Ellis behind the 15 red of Derek Wagner. 90 of the 6 on the 592. Derek Wagner, 35 of the 7 on the 634, bows out, has to think about re-entry. Dane Ludwig and Harrison Tucker, your next pair. Harrison dialed in 595. 593 for Dean Ludwig. Ludwig in the Plymouth Horizon. PC3. 593 dial in, 006 to a 33 for Snowflake. It's going to be win light for Ludwig. Gets there first by a thou. Tucker broke out by a thou. Was still behind. In Ludwig, your winner, 006, 95 of the 5 on the 93. David Tyler, 565 dial into the 599 for Brandon Lane. Having some issues maybe with the Malibu. And the Malibu is broken. Tyler 565 of the 9 on the 565. Chris Witt and Brian Jones, your next pair. Witt dialed 580 in the Camaro. On the Carolina No Time side, 656 for Jones. On the OK Sales and Recycling side.
Both drivers away clean and green. 1,000th of a second separating. Brian Jones with a win. He's 019 up front, dead on with a 0. 656.0 for a 19 package, getting their 4th thou over Chris Witt. Chris Witt is 18, 580 with a 5, dead on for a 23 pack Brian Jones, 19 dead, nothing, getting the win light there. Now here's Dennis Zimmerman out of Wytheville, Virginia, in the 67 Camaro, out in 6:05. Taking on Michael Otis Adams, 6:42. Out of Gretna, Virginia, in the 72 Nova. Good looking rides a pair. 7 thou separate them up front. Adams, 12, dead, 7. Be 19 total. Goes 6:42.7, dead on the 6:42 dial, taking 10 thou. Dennis Zimmerman is 019, 6:06.0 on a 6:05 for 29 pack. Here's Sean Lingerfeld. I love this dude. He's just happy-go-lucky dude. He'll top bulb, he'll foot brake, he don't care. Loves his racing. 5:18, a fast ride. Taking on Robert Hetzler. Just won a few days ago here at Piedmont Dragway in the 69 Mustang. Hetzler dialed 6:27. So Hetzler takes that 1 second head start. Lingerfeld nibbles into it by just 3 thou, and it is Lingerfeld. 14, take 9. He goes 5:19.4 over a 5:18. Hetzler, 0:17 and 2 above, 6:29 over a 6:27. Again, Lingerfeld, your win. 14, take 9 to be 1 above 4. Here's Jamal Woolridge. 6:51 is the dial for the Woolridge Motorsports 81 Malibu Foggy Bottom Racing. A little 355. He's looking for a 6:51 on the dial board. Here's Russell Penny, 5:72. The Clayton, North Carolina based 68 Camaro. Wheelie bars tucked up under there. Make some use out of it. Looking good. They are dead even up front. Finish line, win light. Jamal Woolridge, 14, gets behind 18. Russell Penny is 14 and under 2 thou. Is 5:71.8 under a 5:72. Jamal Woolridge, 6:52.6 over a 6:51 to move on to round number 2.
Phillips 10th thou advantage over Smith in the Monza. And it's going to be Phillips, 72 with an 8 on the 71, 33 light. 16th thou advantage over the finish line. 5:38 dialing for Smith. He went 5:40 with a 4 and a 43 light. And won't get it done. Franklin DeBartolomeo. Yeah, that one's a tough one. DeBartolomeo out of Huntersville, North Carolina, out 6:61. The S10. Frank is going to be getting chased by Scott Sullivan's 5:65 out of Ware Shoals. John DeBartolomeo looking on. Going to see the win light come on for Frank. Franklin, 6:61 down, goes 62 with the 3. And a 17 light. Scott Sullivan, 8 red. 66 with the 3 on the 65. Tim Church, slightly modified second gen Camaro, down 636. Tyler Ruff, 537, the OK Sales and Recycling side. Folks, our lights are on. Yours should be too. Please make sure that you have your one working taillight you should have on at any given time functioning at this point, please. 12 to a 29 advantage, Tyler Ruff, and the win light, Tyler Ruff, 39 with a 3 and a 5:37. And the 12 light, 10th thou ahead of the 37 with a 6 on the 36 for Tim Church, and the 29 light. Danny Bass and Marty Wright, 3 thou difference between them. 6:04 dial for Danny. Can't get there, goes 6:07. And the Marty Carlo goes 5:38 with a 5 on a 5:37. 128 miles an hour. $5.89 dialing for Chad Thurman. That's why we need Marty Dabney here. Thurman dialed in 589 to 601 for Chris Dean. Can't be a Marty party without Marty Dabney. $16 to a 29. Chris Dean going to be your winner by 13th out the starting line, 13th out the finish line. 16 dead on 3 with a 601 dial in. Chad Thurman 589 dead 3 on his dial, but 13th out behind at the hit. Todd Stevens, the 66 Nova, dialed in 627 at Sugar Grove, North Carolina, against Hamilton, Ontario, Canada's Dave Gunn, the world's longest 66 Dodge Coronet. Out 663. Car is for sale. He'll take American cash or loonies. Drivers, pull him up from 1 and 2, please. 1 and 2, pull him up. 008, both sides of the racetrack. Finish line comes up. Stevens, 27 dead, 1 on the 627. David Gunn goes too quick, 60 with a 3 on a 63 dial-in. He tried to get within, but Stevens left him no room in that 9-pack. Great side-by-side race there. Chris Carlotta, Burger, New York, the 72 Rally Nova, $654, a $597 for Bob Harris. Not sure if that's Bob, but okay. .001 to a 10, advantage, Scarlatta. And one light Scarlatta throws down a 5-pack on Bob Harris. 001, 54 with a 4 and a 654. Harris got there first by 3 thou, did his job, had to break out by 8 thou to do it. 88 Pro Street S10, I have no idea whatsoever what he wants for that Coronet. Ken Clark and Tim Foskey Jr., your next pair of the 4-eyed Mustang of Foskey out 603. Going to be chasing the 631 of Clark's S10. 10 to a 15, advantage, Clark. 5 thou at the starting line, 3 thou at the finish line. 10 dead on 6, the 631 for Clark. Beats the 15 and dead on 4 for Foskey. 19 pack, no good. Had a lot of teen packs, no good, including 4 15 no goods so far this round. Andy Bowman, Andy Dolan out of Martinsburg, West Virginia. The 80 Boo coming up against the Trans Am of Jeff Bowman. Lexington, North Carolina, General Insulation and Dean's Performance helping him out. Nine too soon for Andy. Bowman will be your winner. 32 light, 73 of the 5 and the 73. Andy Dolan, 9 red and 15 thou under. Darren Roten, East Newmarket, Maryland, down 592 against C.J. McDonald. Driving the Nova down in 644. Nova on the OK side of the racetrack, OK Recycling and Sales side, the white machine primarily. 13 red for CJ. Darren Roten, 591 with the 4 and the 592, your winner. CJ 644 with an 8 on the 644. Austin Brown, you should be here, man. Mike Sexton, Redford, Virginia. Nope, that's not him. Not Mike, but I know name escapes me currently. Turns are red regardless, so Chuck Sanders will be your winner. R.B. Smith and Kevin Pollard, 596 dialing for Smith. Pollard, double ouch, 1 red. For Pollard, Smith will be your winner, 98 with a 1 on the 96. Dick Green, Greensboro down in 637 in the Duster. Ron Phipps, 68 Camaro down in 577.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
79 with a 2 on the 77. Still 7th hour ahead. Now we got Jack Foster, the 63 Chevy 2. 610 dial in for the West Virginia native. Against Dan Fletcher, dialed in 651 in the station wagon. Well, win light will go to Dan Fletcher. Fletcher 006 and 71 with the 3 on the 651 as Jack Foster was like not just late, like 3 weeks late for a birthday party. Austin Durham. Durham dialed in 578. Greer, South Carolina, the 680 for Shauna Lawrence in the Ranger out of Rustburg, Virginia. (13 to a 7 advantage. Austin Durham. Win light. Austin Durham, 79 with a 0 on the 78. Shauna took 8th out at the finish line, needed to take 4 or less. .679 with an 8 or 6 on the 680. And the 13 light. Have to think about re-entry. Chris Giles and Billy Smith, your next pair. Giles Dakota dialed in 672, the 620 for Billy Smith. The 91 Mustang will be doing the chasing. Identical 003 lights for Smith and Giles. It's going to be the win light going to Billy Smith. 1 thou margin. Chris Giles was 006. Thanks for playing. To the 5-pack. Oh, man. That was rough. 3 dead 2 beats a 3 dead 3. The red light there on the Carolina side by 15. Going to give the win to Lonnie Plyler. 581 with the 3 on a 579 and a 23 light. Win light there. Going to go to Wayne Vernon over Brandon Hutchins. Going with a 4 on a 621, 16 light. Hutchins a thou under and still 3 thou behind his 514 dial-in as a 24 light. Oh, wait a minute. Robert Ragland and Darrell Collins, 13th down advantage, 29 with a 6 on the 27 for Darrell Collins, 31 light. Ragland was 44, 530 with a 2 on a 28, 9th thou behind. Next pair, Lauren Herb Bailey, the Virginia-based 98 S10 down 620. Up against Scotty Mickles, 675 down in Boonville, North Carolina, the home base of the Moore-Door Chevy 2. Bailey a little late on the let go. Give up that much of start line. Scotty Mickles will be your winner. 75 with a 7 on the 675. Bailey breaks out, was very late and then very early. Sal Biondo and Cameron Cardulis, and Cameron having an issue. Biondo will go down there and get the win light. Cardulis broke, unfortunately. Biondo will be at your win light. My dogs at home learn it ain't happening. Matt Phillips, David Subchinski out of Orchard Park, New York. 18 to a 36, but goes too quick by 17 thou. Matt Phillips gets rid of a little bit top end, 568 with a 0 on the 67. Phillips will be your winner. Subchinski, 628 with a 3 on the 627, or 630, excuse me. Dare Sams and Emily Dittbrenner. Dittbrenner dialed in at a 640. Gives up a bunch at the start line. See the brake lights and the wind light for Junior Sam, 632 with a 6 on 26. He tried to give it back. Dip Brenner got around him at the top end, just took fourth out too many. Tim Jackson and Brian Colson, 9th out difference at the starting line, 31 to a 40. It's going to be Jackson, 34 with a 0 on the 632. Beats the 608 with a 7 on a 605 for Tolson. Dalton Werner. Weltner down in at a 605 in the S10. It's the Maverick driven by Daniel Comer. Out 6 flat. Again, we've called doubles. If you hadn't run your second time, come on. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Comer. 13, 603 with a 9 on the 6 flat. 3-thou margin of victory over Weltner. 607 with an 8 on a 605, 112. Gonna have to think about hitting re-entry. Jeff Miller, Philip Bullock, 003 to 004. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Bullock, 83 with a 0 on the 81. Gets the win light. Miller, 598 with a 4 on the 99. 6th out too quick, took 27. He'd take 21 or less. James Lockhart, Charlotte, North Carolina, 774, $4.2 in 760 to John Lassiter's 575. The Floyd Tire and Alignment 66 Chevelle. And the wind light will go to James Lockhart. Vinny Domino, 568 dial in, the 614 for Joe Hoskins. Domino 6 red, Joe Hoskins 22 and 1 thou under his 614 dial-in, moves on. Domino is 6 thou red and 7 thou under his 568. John Evans and Trent Harrison coming up next. Evans, Camaro on the Carolina No Time side, 2nd gen unit. Against the 1st gen unit of Trent Harrison out of Gallipolis, Ohio. 13 to a 9. Finish line comes up. It's going to be a 10 with a 4 on the 607. Win light going to John Evans. Don Schufert out of Connolly Springs, North Carolina, here on the OK Sales and Recycling side, driving the Oldsmobile. 612 dial in for Timothy Fletcher, driving the Nova, dialed in at 612. Carolina No Time Production side. Fletcher will be your winner. 15th hour advantage at the start line, getting the win over Schufer. Skirt dialed in 663. Against Chuck Melnick, dialed in a 695 in the Arrow. Melnick out of Long Lake, Michigan. Should be the Alliance Ohio-based Nova. Will be the Alliance Ohio-based Nova. He is 666 with a 8 on the 663. Travis Harvey out of Burlington, North Carolina. The Camaro down in 525, 630 for Chris Hodge. Rutledge, Tennessee in the 66 Chevy Nova 2. Harvey a little late on the let go for him. Don't know if he had an issue, had the foot brake it or something, but it was not right. Chris Hodge, 19 light, 31 with a 7 out of 30, your winner. Harvey was 49 and 500s over his 525. Again, definitely not a Travis Harvey-like run for him. Gary Kivich. Kivich in the Pontiac, dialed in 596. Cool ride, folks. Got to see that thing in the sunlight. Might have to wait till tomorrow to do it. Nathan Sexton will be your winner. 654 on the 50 is Kivich. 599 with the 1 on the 96. We gave up 400s at the starting line. Even numbered single entry racers. That means we've called all of our round one. If you have not yet run round one and you shoulda, come to the staging lanes. If you have not yet run round one and you should, please come to the staging lanes. All round one. If you have not yet run, come on. Scott Vance and Blake McLaren. McLaren going to be your winner. 18 light, 88 with a 5 on the 87. Vance, 14 light and 700s over. Won't get it done. So again, we've called everybody for round one. If you have not yet run round one and you should, come on. Adam Buchanan and Don Keuchel. 610 dial-in for Buchanan in the Boo. 15th out behind at the hit versus Keuchel. 580 with a 4 and the 579. His 21 pack beats the 22 light of Buchanan. 13 with a 4 on the 10 and the 108 miles an hour. Adam bows out on that one. Have to think about re-entry. Billy Buchanan, Morgantown, North Carolina, 642 dialed in. Leaving first versus the Vega, dialed in, 568. Buchanan will be your winner, 7th out margin of victory. 43 with a 1 on the 42 and a 9 light, beats the 69 with a 4 on the 68 for the Forgiven Vega with a 13 light. Gary Goldberg getting the win over Rocco Ciccone Jr. 606 to the 0 on the 605. And a 24 light. Ciccone got there first by a thou. Had to break up by 500s to do it on his 831 dial-in.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
And again, we have called to the lanes all of round one. If you have not yet run round one, and you should, come on. Get to the staging lanes at this time. Getting down to the small numbers of this absolutely massive field of race cars. Mark Nettesheim out of Wisconsin, 616 dial-in. The third-gen Camaro up against David Wassler, Vermont, Maryland, S10. 500s advantage for Wassler. That should be enough, and it will be. 668 with a 7 on the 664. 103 miles an hour as Nettesheim. A little late, then a little early. 14 with a 3 on a 616 dial. Brian Cerruti, 634 dialing for Cerruti. It's 573 for David Young. David Young, double ouch, 1 red. Cerruti, 21 to the good, 636 on the 634 dialing. Young was a 001 red and 5 under is 573. Brian Adkins, 626 dial-in. Carolina No Time production side of the racetrack with his blue Nova. The white Nova is Greg Kimball out of Concord, North Carolina. May Race Carbs. Helping him out, dialed 585, as well as Cole Heritage Customs. 4 to a 33 advantage, Gray Kimball. Win light, Gray Kimball. '86 with a 7 on the 585. Ryan Atkins, 26 with a 2 on the 26, but gave up 300s at the starting line versus Kimball. Joe Foley in the Duster down in 596, 586 for Chris Myers. $15 to a 24 advantage, Chris Myers. Win light going to go, though, to Joe Foley, 596 with the 3 on the 596. Myers, 88 with an 8 on the 86. Did not get there. Have a racer in need. Throttle cable. Need a throttle cable. In fact, I think they're still down there on the return road. Teardrop Lane. We need a throttle cable, please. Throttle cable. Somebody's got a throttle cable. Have a racer in need is Darrell Powell and Dan Northrup. $576 to 642 for Powell. Northrup, your winner, 77 to 276. The 12 light. Powell, 44 for the 3 on the 42. Cannot get there first. Win light will go to Dan Northrup. Nicky Thomas. Nicky down in 616 to a 570 for Billy Rowland. Nicky turns it red by a foul. Rowland will be your winner. 567 with a 5. Oh, Nicky, 1 red, dead 0. So close. Tanner Banks and Mike Sexton. Sexton out of Radford dialed in. 576. 582 for Tanner Banks. And win light will go to Tanner Banks. 9 dead, 9 on his 582 dial in. 577 with the 0 on the 76 for Sexton. And he was 22 at the hit. Mike Donnell. And Frank Bird, your next pair. Bird dialed in 650, 637 for the Monza. Nine to 21. Advantage for the Monza. Win light, though, going to go to Bird. 21 dead, 2 on a 650. 1,000 gets the win as he gets back around. The Monza, 38 with a 5 on a 37. Joe Bolin out of Greensboro. 68 Camaro dialed in 510, 647. For Rudy M, Midland Park, New Jersey. 1982 Olds. Green M will be your winner. 648 with a 6 on the 47, a 004 light. Bolin, 2 red, 11 with a 6 on the 510. Re-entry doubles. If you're doubled up in the re-entry round, we need you to 3 and 4. Re-entry doubles. If you're doubled up in the re-entry round, we need you to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Re-entry doubles to 3 and 4 at this time, please. Red for the Mustang, John Olson. Morris Plain, New Jersey, 66 Chevelle. 49 to the good, 54 with a 5 on the 56. 12 red and 2,000 under for the Mustang on the 631 dial. Barry Greer, Mountain City, Tennessee. 79 Olds Omega. Up against Bill Wilson, dialed in 611 on the second gen Camaro. Absolute final call for anybody who hasn't run round 1 yet, and I think that might be basically anybody within a 600-mile radius of the race car has the red light for Greer. Gives a win light to Wilson. 33 to the good, 612 on the 611 over Greer. Again, we've called re-entry doubles to 3 and 4. If you're doubled up in the re-entry round, I need you to 3 and 4 at this time, please. Bryce Cornish Jr. 615 dial against the 532 on the OK Sales Recycling side for the Beretta. $27 to a $32. Ever so slight advantage. The OK Sales Recycling lane. Win light goes there too. 33 with a 3 on the 532 and a 27 light. 9,000 margin over Cornish's 32 light. 16 with a 7 on a 15. Shannon Joseph, Eden, North Carolina. 571 dial in. 63 Nova against Travis Walters Nova. Dialed 633. Again, we called re-entry doubles. Re-entry doubles. Need you there, please. 20 on the wrong side for Joseph. Travis Walters, 32 with the 3 on the 33 and the win light. Joseph 200s early and 1300s over the dial. Drew Smith, Camaro dialed in 655 against the 575 of Jeff Burtis. Burtis out of Hemlock, Michigan, the Gramlich Performance. Blue Wagon, 575 dialing for the big yellow wagon. Smith dialed in 655 for the Camaro. .24 wrong side for Smith. It's going to be Burtis, your win, 002 light, 75 of the 9 and the 75. The Bowtie Bird, 543 dial in, Carolina no time side against Arnold Smith, 627. For the 543 for the Bird. Should be the Bird. Will be the Bird. Randy Biddle Jr., 559 dialing for RBJ. It's the 537. Rob Lightburn, New Hope, Pennsylvania, the 80 vet. Again, a re-entry doubles to 3 and 4, please. Re-entry doubles to 3 and 4. .007 to the good for RBJ. Rob was a little early, 2,000 too soon. 557 with the 1 on the 59 for Biddle. 36 with the 5 on the 37 for Rob. Mark Orlowski out of Levittown, Pennsylvania, the wagon, out 632. John Majulia. .660 dialing for Majulia on the 85 Camaro. Carolina No Time production side. Eight to a 13, Majulia and Orlowski. 632 with the 4 on to 32. 12 pack for Orlowski. Majulia, 13 light, is already already mathematically ineligible at that point. 61 with a 9 on the 660. Oh, how does this happen? Tanner Miller, Dean Miller. Father and son matching up here. Dean dialed in 476, 624 for Tanner in the wagon. Dark Horse Racing, Cole Heritage Customs. This is bad planning on your guys' part. That's all I'm saying. Or maybe good planning. I don't know. Oh, not for Tanner, it ain't. 3,000 red for Tanner. Dean down 476, goes 474. 145 miles an hour. Tanner, 23 with a 9 and a 24, 1,000 under, 3,000 red. Leah Stamer and Richard Rice. 81 Firebird, Aaliyah dialed 620 to 580 for Rice in the S10. Big time start line advantage for the S10. And it's dime time. You hear him in. That was a big whomp. That was like a huge whomp there. 584 the 7 on the 580. 009 light as Stamer a little late at the hit, and then 800s over the dial in. 628 in the 620. The Pizza Man, Brandon Layfield. 665 dial in for Layfield, 630 for Jessica Biddle. The wheel standing wagon out of Christiansburg, Virginia. He's coming off a win at Farmington, was it 2 weeks ago or last week? Last week on Saturday, so he's just a few days removed from that, really. Going to be Biddle. Carrying him out to about 100 feet and getting the wind light. 628 with an 8 on the 630. Early shutdown for the Pizza Man. Not sure if he was just disgusted or had an issue. I'm going to go with disgusted. Now Gary Humphreys and Sam Stevens coming up next. Sam. His S10 is on the Carolina No Time Production side, now at 660. 601 for Humphreys in the Chevelle. $11 red for Humphreys. Give the win light to Stevens. Blaine Donnelly and lead assist. Donnelly dialed 637, 614 for the assist. And one is going to be Blaine Donnelly. Getting the win light. Boy, he gave up a bunch of the starting line, but DeSist got behind at the finish line. Your final pair. Andy Lloyd, Doswell, Virginia. 69 Camaro dialed in, 550, 536 for Chad Duke. Lloyd, the 69 Camaro, Chad Duke, the 68. Couple of fast first-gen Camaros side by side. 008 to 006 as advertised. Win light will go to Lloyd. Duke got behind, and it did not work out for him. 51 with a 5 on the 50 for Lloyd on the 008 light. Duke was 006, 39 with a 0 on a 36. That will do it, folks, for round number 1.
You got 3 hours of sleep, used a tire as your dinner table, and shredded your knuckles on a stubborn bolt. All for a weekend of glory. You supply the skill and sweat, count on us for the rest. Summit Racing Equipment, tools and parts to make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, summitracing.com.
Your re-entry buy, if there is one, lane choice if there isn't. We'll go to Chris Giles, number 392. Chris was 006, no good. 006 packet, no good. And he'll get the free re-entry if there is one, lane choice if there isn't. So Chris, if you've already paid for that specific re-entry, go back and get it. Again, folks, we want to thank everybody who's made their way out here. This is the Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters Thursday $10,000 to win warm-up here at the 10th annual Racer Tees American DoorSlammer Nationals presented by McCarty Auto Parts. Folks, round one, 404 entries. Thank you so much for the support. And again, the plan as of now is to run this as far as we can go into the evening at this point till something stops us, be it curfew or anything else. Yeah, so we are going to be in full tilt boogie hustle mode. Yeah, so whatever we don't finish tonight for this race will be continued on Sunday. Yeah, probably about 4 hours tops on Sunday to finish up the race. Yeah, so yeah, even with us only being able to start at noon, we should be able to move through that pretty quickly. Yeah, and get you on the road, get you home. I got to be to work Monday morning at 4 a.m., so I feel you, folks. Friday and Saturday's 20K. Due to the car count and temps, we'll have new time trial entries only and run to completion both days, Friday and Saturday. Dennis Zimmerman and Gary Daniel going to start things off. Dennis, Whitfield, Virginia, 67 Camaro, now at 605. 534 dial in for Gary Daniel, 1999 Firebird. Butch Wallace owned Hot Rod. This re-entry round. This one brought to you by our Bruzy Transmissions and Converters. As wind light going to go to Gary Daniel, 3 red for Simmerman. Daniel, 31 with a 7 on the 34 and a 12 light, getting the wind light. In the best losing package in the re-entry round, we'll get a $400 Bruzy Transmissions and Converters gift certificate. Again, we have called re-entry doubles and re-entry single re-entries. Odd numbered. Let's try that again. Re-entry doubles, odd numbered single entry re-entries. That's it. Bug McCarty, 5 red. Wind light going to Phil Hurst, getting back into round 2. Sanders Woolfolk, the right time. 74 Comet, dialed in 569, 596 for John Myers in the S10. Woolfolk has 11th hour advantage and the wind light as Myers way off the dial by almost a tenth. Six, 575 on the 569 for Woolfolk, 112. Nick Wellman, Bob George Racing, Barracuda coming to you from West Virginia against Denny West, the Beretta out of Archdale, North Carolina, dialed in 568. Big time starting line advantage for Denny West. Denny Margaret will be your winner. 574 with a 1 on the 568. Wellman, a little late to the party, letting go. 73 with a 7 on the 72. 3 thou behind. Almost had to throw the flag for excessive stripe tightening on there for Denny West. That one might go to review. Dallas Cherry. 68 Camaro out 578. New Bern, North Carolina, 597 for R.B. Smith in the 66 Le Mans. Dallas turns it 12 red and Dave Bernard and James Hauser. Hauser out in 635 to the 621 for Bernard. Coming up in the 66 Nova. And the win light will go to James Hauser as Bernard a little late letting go. 6:35 with a 4 on the 35. Hauser, 13 pack, taking 82. Bernard late and then 5 thou early. Chip Johnson, 6:16 dial into the 8:31 for Rocco Ciccone Jr. Should be the man from Fayetteville. And you hear him out of it real early. Win light will go to Chip Johnson. Barry Teachy the second and Richard Alford. (15 to a 16 advantage for Teachy. Win light gonna go to Richard Alford. 16 dead 9 for Richard on the 6:16 dialing. 15 dead 9. Excuse me, a 19 over for Teachy. Gets him 9 thou behind. Caleb Ellison, Bob Harris, your next pair. Bob out of Pittsburgh, North Carolina, 598 dialing, 656 for Ellison in the Nova. Both guys big time wheels up at the hit. Win light gonna go to Ellison, 13 dead 0 over Bob Harris. 26 and 14 thou over his 598 dialing, won't get it done. Again, we have called re-entry doubles and odd-numbered single-entry re-entries. To the staging lanes at this time, please. Garrett Griffith, 616 dial in the S10. The Nova of Matt Phillips dialed in 567. 10 to a 14. Finish line comes up. 14 dead 6. Matt Phillips will be your winner over Garrett Griffith. Griffith, 10 and a 618 with a 0 on a 616. Taylor Cook, 637 dial in for Cook. The long roof getting ready to come against Joe Child, 609 out of Mount Vernon, Ohio. $14 thou advantage for the man from Mason, Ohio. Ohio on Ohio battle. Gonna go to Joe Childs though. 31 dead, 3, 5 thou margin of victory over Cook. 639 with a 2 on the 37. Gets behind by 5 thou at the top end with a 17 light for Taylor Cook. Chris Ferguson getting ready to move up. About 2/3 of a 79 Camaro out 637. Matt Costable out of Canada. The Port Dover, Canada, based 86 Camaro out in 570. One thou between Ferguson and Costable. Finish line, double breakout W going to Ferguson. 36 with an 8 on a 37. 637, Costable, 19th thou under his 570 dial in. Getting there a little too first. David Young, 572 dial in Philadelphia, Tennessee for the 62 Chevy 2. 63 Chevy 2 of Jack Foster. Dialed in a 610 out of West Virginia. Jack Foster goes reverse. James Bond turns it red. 008 and 71 with an 8 on the 72 for David Young, getting the winner on his side of the racetrack. Foster 7 red and way under the dial in. Ben Height, Rochester, New York. Ben driving the S10 out 663, 586 for Skip Briggs. $15 to $30. Briggs has the starting line advantage. Gets the finish line, can't make it work. Ben Height, 664 with a 3 on the 663 and a 30 light, 13th out ahead of Briggs. 15 but 400s over the dial in. John Smith and Andre. This says Andre. 520 dial in for Andre in the Fairmont. 538 dial in for Smith in the Monza. .001 to a 21. Andre way out of shape at the top end. Could not make it work. John Smith will be your winner. 542 at 118 as Andre taking the long way to the top end. Chris Scarlatta and Clayton Roberts coming up next. Roberts T-Bird dialed in 501 to the 654 for Scarlatta. $15 to a 14. Roberts 501 dial. Can't get there. 23 thou behind. Scarlatta 15 dead 4. Gets the win light. Roberts 503 with an 8 on the 501. Bows out on that entry. Second gen Camaro 601 dial in. Pascal dialed in 560. The Pascal siding window 65 Falcon. Four to a 16, Michael Pascal. 560 dial in goes. 560 with a 711 pack. 16 dead 4, not going to be good enough. David Young and Brandon Hutchins coming up next. Young in the Monza down 7:15, 5:13 for Brandon Hutchins. Hutchins LeBaron going to be motoring down the OK Sales Recycling side of the track. Young dialed in 7:15. Hutchins has the starting line advantage. Going to get on down there and set her down. Get the win light 520 with a 9 on the 513. Young late, and parking it on that entry. Leon Robertson. Robertson dialed in 6:05 to 5:85 for the S10, the Carolina No Time production side of the racetrack. Robertson dialing in his Monza at a 6:05. We'll take re-entry even numbered single entries and doubles that have not yet gone back down. Win light going to go to Robertson. Re-entry doubles that have not gone back down the second time. Need you the lanes, please. Re-entry doubles that have not yet gone back down the second time. Mike Sexton and Kevin Pollard. Eight to an 11. And finish line comes up Pollard. How about an 8-pack? Double a weight, dead zero. 2:10 thou margin to finish line. Sexton was 11 and 3 thou under and still behind. Goodness. Michael Jackson and Bobby Welton are your next pair. Jackson going to be your winner as Bobby Weltner turns it red by 8 thou. Jackson 554 with a 0 on the 552 and a 13 light. Trish Witt and Boomer Ellison, your next pair. Trish Witt dialed in 578 out of Westchester, Pennsylvania. Boomer 635 out of Beaver Creek, Ohio, getting ready to come out with the Mustang. Oh, Ellison and Witt. Ellison in, set, and ready. Here comes Trish. Triple zero against not triple zero. Should be Boomer. It will be Boomer. As Trish very uncharacteristically late there. Boomer will be your winner. Tim Foskey Jr. in the Mustang now at 6:03, 5:55 for Michael Hornstein. This is Bruzy Transmissions and Converters re-entry round. Foskey out in front, gonna be your winner as Hornstein's car immediately after it hit the wheelie bars decided it wanted to go say hi to Mr. Wall. He's fine. Might need a change of undies after that one. $11 to a 23, Gary James Jr. and Chad Thurman, and it's going to be Chad Thurman, 11 and not 89 with a 7 on the 88, getting a win over Gary James Jr. 616 with a 9 on the 14. Kim Solomon and Rick Whaley, your next pair. Solomon out of Glenford, Ohio. 68 Mustang down 594, 526 for Whaley. Reed's House Restaurant, 90 Camaro. Nine to a 1. Advantage Solomon. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Solomon, your winner. How about a 3-pack for the Glenford native and the Mustang? Whaley 9 and 11th thou over. No good. For the Pizza Man, Brandon Layfield. 665 dial into the 612 for Adam Buchanan. End of the boot. .004 to 006. Buchanan and Layfield. It's going to be Buchanan 6 dead 7 on the 612 dial. 004, 9th thou under for Layfield. Drew Smith and Rob Weltner, your next pair. Smith out in front, should be and will be Drew Smith, 55 with an 8 on the 55, over Weltner. Weltner was 629 with an 8 and late. JP Britt, Surfside, South Carolina, 623 dial in for JP. 632 dial in for Tim Jackson. 73 Nova. On the Carolina No Time production side. Double 03 to a 39 should be JP. JP will be your winner. 26 with a 1 on a 23. He's an in. 632 with an 8 on the 32 for Jackson. Not going to get it done. Barry Greer and Derek Willard, your next pair. Derek, the Nova, 617 dial in OK Sales Recycling side. Barry Greer, 1979 Oldsmobile Omega. Advantage, Oldsmobile, the win light. Gonna go to the Nova as the Oldsmobile too quick, took 51, should have taken 48 or less. Derek Willard, 618 with a 0 on the 617. Your winner. Hey guys, the Bob George team needs a 9-inch converter with a turbo spline on it. 9-inch converter with a turbo spline on it. If you could help them out, they are in desperate need. 9-inch converter with a turbo spline. If you got one, they need one. You can help them out. 9-inch converter with a turbo spline. Chris Mancini, Nick Romack. And I'm not even sure what happened there, but the win light will go to Mancini. So again, if you have a 9-inch converter with a turbo spline, Bob George team, they're kind of up against the back fence back there. They need some help. I said, where you parked? He said, far. Back corner, up towards the pulling track back corner area. Problems for Darryl Powell. The car might have broken a driveline component. Win light will go to Bug McCarty. And we do believe we now know the issue. Like the rear end gear is now pieces.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
Do want to give a shout out as we are on again. Motor Mania TV presented by Summit Racing Equipment. Lots of folks out there watching tonight, but of course, one of our buddies, Michael Beard's old neighbor and my many-time co-worker, Jeff Smith, out there.
sweet redemption. I will never let you down. Will it ever get sunny? Oh, I wonder, honey, baby, how you make me sway. You say it will. I'm calling your addictive brand. You say it will, yeah. I'm crossing the obsessive line. You say it will. I'm calling your addictive brand. You say it will, yeah. I'm crossing the obsessive line. Saw you rolling steady, took it kinda heavy. Baby, I'm a loving kind. Jaded loving has it, doesn't really matter. Baby, say you will be mine. Take my affection and my safe protection. I will always be around. Will it ever get sunny? Oh, I wonder, honey. I'm tired of being in the line.
We'll take the rest of re-entry. If you have not yet run re-entry, and you need to come on up to the lanes, you still have the opportunity, if you want to purchase re-entry, to come on up. If you have not yet run re-entry, need you to the staging lanes at this time for the re-entry round. And again, those of you that have not purchased re-entry, maybe sitting on the fence a little bit, this opportunity to hop off the fence and get onto the field. Here we go, Bryce Cornish Jr., Joe Hoskins, 002 red for Joe, 001 to the good for Bryce Cornish Jr. 13 with a 5 on a 615. Hoskins 2 red, dead 3 on the 614. Tough way to go out. Dallas Cherry, New Bern, North Carolina, up against the vet. Bob Leiphorn out of New Hope, Pennsylvania. Gary from New Bern, North Carolina, in, set, and ready versus the Pennsylvania native. 577 to 536. The vet trying to chase down the Camaro. Win light will go to the vet. Dallas a little late on the let go. 39 and dead 7 on the 577. Gets him 3 thou behind. Dalton Wetner and Jarrett Creech. 607 to a 547 dial in. Creech 551 on the 47 as Wetner was a little late letting go. He's dead on 0 and still way behind. And top end win light, 008 for Jamal Woolridge, but Ron Phipps gets around him. 16 dead, 5 gets the win light. 8 and 16th thou over for Woolridge, gets him 3 thou behind. Next pair, Eric Thomas, the Camaro. Now 514, 605 for Rusty Blackford in the 87 Dodge Charger. Eight to a 35 starting line advantage for Blackford. And he'll be your winner. Rusty, the Bluefield, Virginia native. 8 dead, 9 on the 605 dial. And Thomas, 515 with a 7 on the 14, 136. Not going to get there. Russell Penny, Clayton, North Carolina, 68 Camaro. Against Lonnie Plyler's Camaro, dialed in 579 with the Taz on the doors for Lonnie. Russell with the maroon machine on the OK Sales Recycling side. Plyler very, very late. He was dialed higher and left second. That's never a good indication. Penny will be your winner. 73 to the 5 on the 70. Next pair up for Andy Gibson. The S10 dialed 663, Fairmont, North Carolina. 97 S10, the version, coming up against Wes Siegel's Camaro, dialed 629. Flemington, New Jersey. Again, always one of the nicest vehicles on the property when Wes Siegel's there. Always a chance for the California car cover best appearing when it comes to Wes. Well, at least the car. Gibson will be your winner, though. 4th down margin of victory. 16 and 300s over Siegel. 11 and 33 with a 4 and a 29. Lead assist, 612 dial in Fayetteville, North Carolina. North Carolina. No time production side of the racetrack against Brandon Lane's 532 out of Pikeville, North Carolina. 1 thou difference between Brandon Lane, and Lane will get the win. 35 with a 6 on the 32. 6'11 with a 0 and a 6'12 for an assist. Folks, again, let me remind you, please have your taillights on as you're going down the racetrack. We need to be able to see you all the way down. And win light will go to Nathan Sexton, 17 dead, 6. Christine, the better light, but 2 thou too quick. Emily Dittbrenner, the Ashton, Pennsylvania 89 Camaro, coming up against Vinny Domino, out in 568. Domino going to be your winner as Dittbrenner turned it red. Domino, big old wheelie of that 4th-gen Camaro. 66 with a 7 on the 68. Dittbrenner bows out 6 red and 18 thou over the 639 dial. Travis Harvey and Chris Ferguson. Harvey dialed in 528. Sullivan Eastern Camaro. Going to be chasing down Ferguson's 637 dial in. And a win light will go to Harvey. He gave up 11th out at the starting line, but was able to make it work by getting behind at the top end. Chris Smith, 580 down into the 660 for Scott Macy, the Cornet, and Macy, 2 thou margin of victory at the top end. Scott Macy, 61 with a 7 on the 60 and a 28 light. Chris Smith, 82 with a 2 on an 80 on the 25 light. And the win light will go to Scott Macy. RB Smith and Jeff Fawcett, 597 dialing for RB in the big Pontiac. 6 flat with a 1 on the 597. Fawcett, he had a few thou to play. Nope, he didn't. He was mathematically eliminated at the start line, actually. Had almost some room, but just did not work out for him. Sam Stevens and Bob Harris, your next pair. Sam dialed in 658 to 596 for Bob Harris. Battle the S10s. Oh, Bob. 001 wrong side for Bob Harris. Dead on with a 9 in the process. Sam Stevens, 15 and 14 thou under is 658. Moves on. Maddie Gill, Grafton, Ohio. Adkins down in 6:26. So Gill and Adkins. Gill in and set. Adkins blinks it on. 006 red for Adkins. Gonna hand the win to Matty Gill, who was 008 to the good. 04 with a 1 on a 6:05 for Matty. 24 with a 7 on the 26 for Adkins. David Young and Andy Lloyd. Six red for Lloyd, 6 to the good for David Young. 720 with an 8 on the 715 for the Thriller. Lloyd, 549 with a 6 on a 51. Kevin Pollard, 546 dialing. Going off the bottom ball versus Greg Brown's 525. One to a 12. Win light will go to Kevin Pollard. 1 dead, 7, 8-pack for Pollard. Brown is 12 and 300s over. And just not in the neighborhood. Leah Steamer and Sanders Woolfolk. Sanders is 500s behind at the hit. Oh, and is still going to get the win as Leah took just too much. 005 and 5,000 under for Leah. Sanders is 55 dead 4 on the 569 dialing, getting the win. Rocco Ciccone Jr. and David Bernard. And Ciccone is going to be your winner as Bernard having issues getting off the start line. Absolute final call for re-entry. Absolute final call for re-entry. Big red light, and boy, some issues for Chad Duke. But he was 007 to get the win. Zane Fleming, 2/10 early on the let go. If you have not yet run re-entry, and you should be in lanes 3 and 4. If you have not yet, I mean immediately, now, at this point in time, if you have not yet run re-entry, and you need to be in 3 and 4 immediately, right now, move it. Round 2. Odd numbered double entries. Need you to the lanes, please. Round 2. Odd numbered double entries. Need you to 1 and 2. Odd numbered double entries. Round 2 call to lanes 1 and 2. Mike Donnell and Jack Foster. Foster out of West Virginia against the Ravenna, Ohio-based Monza. LS Motivation goes red. Win light will go to Foster. 007, 607 8 on the 04. Donnell was 15 red, 16th out under the 636. The Pizza Man, Brandon Layfield, 664 dial into the 627 for Todd Stevens. Stevens a little late letting go. Should be Pizza Man. Will be Brandon Layfield. Folks, if we have somebody with a valve spring tester, have a racer in need of a valve springs tester, he will be at the base of the back of the tower by the steps in a black sweatshirt. Needs a valve spring tester, please. James Hauser. Gonna hand the win over to Caleb Ellison as James a little late letting go, and then right by Mr. Centerline, all the way down. Ellison straight down Broadway, 12 dead 6 gets the win. So again, if you have a valve spring tester, racer needs it. He's at the base of the tower. Rusty Blackford and Barry Greer. Barry in the 1979 Olds Omega. 661 dialing. Going to be getting chased by the 605 dialing to Rusty Blackford. Blackford starts his chase too soon. Going red. Barry continues on. Once again, round 2 call for odd numbered doubles. Round 2, odd numbered doubles. Gentlemen needing the valve spring tester, we have somebody here looking for you. Arnold Smith and Tanner Miller. Arnold 006 in the win light over Tanner. 6 and 27 with a 5 on a 26. Moving on. Tanner 31, 25 with a 0 on the 24, 20 thou behind. Laura and Herb Bailey. Hurt, Virginia-based 98 S10, 615 dial in. It's Clayton Roberts, 501 dial. $16 to an 8 advantage. Bailey. Top end win light going to go to Clayton Roberts. 16 dead to Bailey. Way under the dial in. So again, that gentleman looking for the valve spring tester. Jack with Bobby Ely, parked just outside the gate by the Ronnie Roberts Racing Crew in the Silver Nova, the Silver Chevy 2. He has something for you if you need it. He is down there. Racers helping racers. Nikki Thomas and Drew Smith coming up next. The catch-up logistics, 91 S10 of Nikki. 616 now and a 654 for Drew in the Camaro. The red light by virtue of red light going to Russell Penny. Dean Miller, Gray Kimball, couple of Cole Heritage Customs team members here. Kimball out of Concord, North Carolina in the Nova Dow 588. 474 for Miller. Go figure. Miller runs the kid. First round, runs a teammate in the re-entry round. And a red light for Kimball. Miller will be your winner. Scott Vance, 92 Trans Am out of Spotsylvania, Virginia, down 528. OK Sales and Recycling side going to be chasing Darrell Lockhart, Riverside, Ohio, the 66 Mustang, dialed 634. Vance gets down there and will advance. Double breakout. He's 8th thou under his 528 dial in. Lockhart is 10th thou under his 634 dial in. Maybe we can test some, Michael. I don't know what I'd do with them. Leon Robertson, 12, dead 4 over Cameron Cardulis. We'll take all doubles, round 2 doubles. Round 2 doubles, your final pair in the re-entry round. If you're still doubled, we'll take you to the lanes, by the way, for round 2. Chris Giles in lead assist. Assist out 614, 672 for Chris Giles. 6-pack, no good in the first round, and now he's 19th out in the hole versus desist. 6 to a 25. It's going to be Giles, though. 75 of the zeros desist. Gets back behind, lets him around at the top end. Gave it back by 1,000, so the win light will go to Chris Giles.
You got 3 hours of sleep, used a tire as your dinner table, and shredded your knuckles on a stubborn bolt. All for a weekend of glory. You supply the skill and sweat, count on us for the rest. Summit Racing Equipment, tools and parts to make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, summitracing.com.
Round 2 brought to you by Mickey Thompson Wheels and Tires. Best losing package of round 2 will get a $250 gift card to Mickey Thompson. Again, all round 2 doubles been called to the lanes. Round 2 doubles have been called to the lanes. Dennis Zimmerman and Ronnie Castle going to start things off. Zimmerman with Bill Virginia base 67 Camaro, dialed 605, $497 for Castle. And the win light will go to Castle. 003 to the good to 003 red for Zimmerman. Castle shuts her down as the car started to go a little right. Next up, Chris Mancini and Matt Phillips. Starting line advantage and the win light going to go to Chris Mancini. Allison Park, PA, going to continue on for Bob George Racing. Hot Shot Secret. Billy Serta, Newport, Tennessee-based Fox Body Mustang, 1991 vintage, up against Dylan Biondo, 69 Firebird out of Middle Village, New York. $14,000 difference. And it's going to be Serta getting the win light by 2,000. 26 and 18,000 over. Or excuse me, 28,000 over, beats the 40, 16,000 over, 2,000 margin of victory for Serta. David Wassler, Thurmont, Maryland, the 94 S10, will be battling against the Chevelle of Richard Alford Jr., out in 616 on a Raleigh. $12-39 advantage, David Wassler. Win light, Richard Alford. Gets down there, puts the stop button on, gets the win light. 618 on the 16. Wassler better on the tree by a pretty substantial margin. Goes under by 2,000 on his 668 dial. Scott Richards. Chevy Nova, Dallas 575 out of Kentucky, Carolina no time side. OK Recycling side, that is Chip Johnson, Fayetteville, the home base for the legend, the Kimball Midwest. 1982 Camaro, 616 for him. He'll be leaving first. Leaves a bit too first. Quite a bit red there for Chip. Scott Richards would be your winner. Both guys under by a tad. 6,000 under for Richards, 1,000 under for Johnson, but Johnson's red light ended that early. Seth Phillips. Seth dialed in 670 to a 543 for Rip Shaw in the bow tie bird. Seth is 002 wrong side, and he's going to need a hug after that one. Rip had a reaction time that Not great, but he'll be your winner. 2 red, dead 5. Not getting it done for Phillips. Shaw dead on with a 9 though at least. Bob Harris and Dan Fletcher coming up next. Harris out of Pittsboro, North Carolina against the Selma, North Carolina home base of Dan Fletcher, the Micro Strategies 69 Chevelle. $650 for the big blue machine. It's $599 for Harris in the very orange Camaro. Six to a 33 advantage. Fletcher win light, and Fletcher 52 with a 0 on the 50. 33 dead, 5 for Harris, 99 with a 5 and a 599. Not going to get it done. Jamie Goodman, Beal Racing Engines, $588, $520 for Andre Mead in the Fairmont. Andre in the re-entry had an entry in the Fairmont, was trying to take a different way than the suggested path. It was not following Google Maps suggestion. Looks pretty good right there, though, but a little late letting go, and that'll cost him. Jamie Goodman will be your winner. 89 with a 4 on the 88. And a 25 light for Jamie Goodman. 520 dial in, 520 with a 4 for Mead, but gave up 16th out the starting line, 6th out the finish line. Sean Carpenter and Tommy Plott. Man, you talk about double tough at the starting line right now in round 2. 2 of the baddest dudes around. Carpenter out of Elm City, dialed in 594 in the Camaro. The Mustang of Plott dialed 524. 002 to 007, again as advertised, the way it should be. And 96 to the 2 on the 94 for Carpenter, getting the win light. Tommy gets behind by 9th out at the finish line. Rob Lightborn, Newhart, Pennsylvania, the 80 Corvette, $536, $533 for Gary Daniel in the Firebird. Couple of 530 cars side by side. Lightborn getting the win light. Gary was 5 and 9 thou under, taking 40. Should have taken 31 or less on his 533 dial. Lightborn was 36 of the 6 on a 36 and a 30 light. Doing the job and getting into round 3. Joe Childs, the 91 Olds, dialed 609. OK Sales and Recycling, side of the racetrack, coming up against John Smith. 539 dialed for the Bowersville, Georgia native in the 80 Monza. Trip zip to 20. Advantage Childs. Win light. Childs throws down a 1-pack. Joe Childs throws down a 1-pack. Trip zip dead 1 on the 609 for Joe Childs. 38 with a 7 on the 39 for John Boy. Just not a chance with the 20 light. Phil Hurst, Grafton, Ohio, the home base, dialed 606. Matty Gills, S10, being piloted by Phil, up against the 594 dial-in. Barry Teachy II, the C&T Construction Ford Falcon. $11 red for Barry. Phil will be your winner. 603 the 5 on the 606. Andrew Waddle out of Pickerington, Ohio, 6 flat dialing for Andrew Denny West, a 568 in a Beretta. Waddle in and set, waiting on Denny. Fourth out between them. Win light will go to Denny West. Both guys way off the dial. Denny 19 and 71 with an 8 on a 68. Eases on by. Andrew Waddle 23 and 400s over. Wayne Vernon, Marty Wright, your next pair. Vernon's 80 Sunbird, dialed in 619 out of Winston-Salem. Marty Wright, the Marty Carlo dialed in is 537. Eight to a 17 advantage. Marty Wright, win light. Marty Wright. 8 and 38 with a 0 on a 537. 17 and 21 with a 3 on a 619 for Wayne Vernon. 22 thou behind. Sanders Wolf Oak. Steel Right Plumbing, Right Time Mercury Comet, dialed in 569, 527 for Darrell Collins. Oh, Sanders, 002, wrong side. Collins will be your winner. 35 and 28 with an 8 on a 27. 2 red and 2 thou under for Wolf Oak on the 569 dial. Now Chris Hess, Marietta, Ohio, the Sherry Hess and Chris Hess 73 Challenger, dialed in 6 flat. Coming up against Nathan Sexton, 68 Mustang. Going to leave one light ahead of Chris Hess with a 650 dial in for the M&S Automotive Machine out of Pulaski, Virginia. $14th thou advantage for Hess. And the Mopar will be your winner. 20 dead 1 on the 6 flat. Sexton trying to get behind. He does it, but to no avail as he was mathematically eliminated at the starting line by Hess. 34 light, 51 to the 6 on a 50. Next pair, Vince Schroeder. 610 dial in for Vince in the S10. Carolina No Time production side going to be chasing down Brian Jones. Folks, we have a racer in need. If anybody has a K&R delay box, Joey Harrison with the yellow Blazer. He's parked 3 trailers past the AT shack, but he's in the lanes currently. Joey needs a K&R delay box if you got one. 6:56 for Brian Jones, getting the win. 2-thou margin of victory over Schroeder. 6:12 with a 5 and a 6:10. 19 light, the better light, but still couldn't get there. And the win light going to Jackson. So again, you have a K&R delay box. Joey Harrison with the yellow school bus yellow blazer, looking for a K&R delay box. Michael Jackson in the Nova, Dow 555, Newton Grove, North Carolina, the home base. Going to be chasing Dan Northrup out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania in the Chevy Vega. And it's going to be Michael, your winner. 1 thou early for Northrup. Jackson 19 and 17 thou under the 555 dial. It goes to round 3. Now Greg Brown, the Dodge Stealth, dialed in 525. Getting ready to go against the Pascal siding and windows 65 Falcon. Piloted by Michael Pascal. Three red, 4 Greg Brown, 4 to the good for Pascal. 560 with a 2 6-pack for Michael Pascal on the 560 dial in. Brown 3 red and 2 hundreds over the dial, bowing out on that entry. John Evans and Ken Clark coming up next. Durham, North Carolina, the home base of the 71 Camaro. 632 for Clark in the 2000 S10. Will be getting chased on the OK Sales and Recycling side. Eight to a 22 advantage. Clark. Evans trying to make some magic happen. Can't do it. Goes too quick. Still behind. A 10-pack for Ken Clark. 8 and dead on with a 2 on the 632 dial-in. Leon Tynes Sr. and Chris Scarlatta, your next pair. Scarlatta's Rally Nova out of Berger, New York. 654 dial-in. 505 for Tynes. The low-flying Tynes Automotive Vega out of Woodbridge, Virginia. Oh, same numbers, different order on a reaction time. 4 to a 40. Tynes is getting on a pretty good roll right now. 506 with a 3 on a 505 and a 4 light. 17 pack. Scarlatta was 40 and dead on with a 2 on the 654. 25 thou behind. Darren Roten, 592 dialing for Darren. 623 for J.P. Britt. Brizzy Transmissions and Converters warm-up race round number 2. happening at you right now. 5 thou difference between JP and Darren Roden. Roden had the advantage, but goes too quick. Took 16, needed to take 12 or less. 91 with a 6 on the 92. JP Britt, 34 dead, 7 on the 623. Your winner. Timothy Fletcher and Daniel Comer, your next pair. Comer's Maverick. Dialed in 602, the OK Sales and Recycling side. We'll be chasing Fletcher in the Nova out of Clayton, North Carolina. Dialed 612. .001, 005. Double breakout. W going to Daniel Comer. 601 with the 1 on the 602. He was 9 thou under. Timothy Fletcher down there was 23 thou under. The matter was anybody going to grab brake pedal? And there was some tough decisions being made down to that finish line. Win light will go to Daniel Comer. Tim Thomas, the Super Destroyer, out in 556, coming up against Caleb Ellison's 653. One to an 11. Advantage Thomas. And Winlight Thomas as Ellison took 29. Needed to take 17 or less. Thomas gave him room. 558 with a 7 on a 556 and a 1 light. 11 and 51 with an 8 on a 53. 653 dialing for Ellison. James Hauser. Vernon Racing 72 Vega dialed 632. 585 for Trey Dalton. $16 to an 11. Dalton and Hauser get down to the top end. Win light will go to James Hauser. 11 dead, 1. 28 pack, no good for Trey Dalton. Bryce Cornish Jr. 614 dial and 603 for Harrison. $10 to a 24. Harrison gets beat, can't run the number. Win light will go to Cornish. Harrison was going off the foot, needs a new delay box. Was ready at the starting line with the 10 light, but ran 400s over, and we're thinking maybe without being able to go off the brake, probably lost a little ET there. Pretty good race for Harrison anyways. Cornish, 615 with a 7 on the 14, moves on. The 24 light. Randy Biddle Jr., 559 dial in. Carolina no time side for the Virginia native by way of Ohio. Against Robert Hetzler, Hillsborough, North Carolina in the Mustang. Been on a little bit of a hot streak lately, would like to keep it up. All right, now he needs a little help. Biddle usually isn't one to hand it out. 16 and 60 with a 3 and a 5.59 for RBJ. Hetzler dead on with that 9 on that 627 dial-in, but gave up. 21 thou at the starting line, got behind by 17 thou. Jessica Biddle. 630 dial-in. Love watching this wagon leave the starting line. 617 dial-in for Derek Willard, the non-long roof here on the OK Sales and Recycling side. Nine on the wrong side for Biddle. Willard will be your winner. 616 on 111 miles an hour in the 17 dial-in. 9 red and 5 thou under for Jess Biddle on her 630. Bows out on that entry. Don Lassiter, 575 dial-in for the Graham, North Carolina native. Lloyd Tyler, tire and alignment. Travis Harvey, 528 dial-in. $19 to a 16. Harvey and Lassiter. It's going to be Travis Harvey, 42 with an 8 as Lassiter might have had a down track issue. Car runs way off the dial. Don Lingerfeld sitting on the potential buy with his other ride, with his other entry. And the red light for Ron Phipps. Lingerfeld will be your winner. 519 with a 7 on the 519 and 18 light. 3 red for Phipps. 79 with a 0 on the 78. Don Keuchel pulling the Roadster up in the water, Windsor, New York. Precision Crankworks, the home base, or the sponsor for the New York native. Going to be dialed heads up with Austin Durham in the 86 S10. Greer, South Carolina, the home town for Austin Durham. Durham and Keuchel. 7 to a 17 advantage for the truck. And the win light goes there too. Keuchel, 17 and 11th thou over the dial versus the 7 and 14th thou over the dial. 7th thou behind is Don Keuchel. Austin Durham, 579 with a 4 and 78. Your winner after going James Bond. Keuchel went James Bond plus 10 and 11th thou over. Brandon Lane, Pikeville, North Carolina, 535 dial in for Brandon, 534 for Mark Davis. Good side-by-side race, but advantage Brandon Lane and win light. Brandon Lane. 3 light, 36 with a 6 on a 35. 28 thou ahead of Mark Davis. 23 and 36 with a 4 on a 34. Bowing out on that one. David Young and Billy Buchanan. Young's Monza Dow 718, the Thriller, versus Buchanan's Camaro, dialed in 642. Well, not everything can be pretty. It will be the win light for Billy Buchanan, though. R.B. Smith, 597 dial in the big old 66 Le Mans. Oh, we got Jared Creech is 547 dial in, 10 to a 15. Advantage Creech. Win light Creech as Smith took 20, needed to take 10 or less. 96 with a 0 on a 97. Creech was 48 with a 5 on a 47. Getting behind, getting the win light. Joe Gary. Boiling Springs, South Carolina, the McCarty Auto Parts 68 Camaro. 536 dialing for Joe. Billy Wilson dialed 610. Cotman transmission. OK Sales and Recycling side of the racetrack. .24 to a 34 advantage. Joe Gary. And the win light will go to Joe Gary. Dog comes right over here for pets. Doesn't even waste any time. Odd numbered single entries. Round 2. Odd single entries. Round 2. Need you there. Need you now. Odd numbered single entries. Need you there. Need you now is Kevin Pollard. Pollard out 546 against Ben Height 664. Pollard, not good. Gets the win anyways. Ben Height takes way too much. Ben's going to look at that one. That's going right to the burn barrel. Pollard knew he wasn't getting there and just bailed completely at the finish line. Don Delaney and Brandon Hutchins, your next pair. D&D Automotive, Oldsmobile, 660 dial in. Hutchins, LeBaron dialed in, 513 late, but getting the win light. That's the second one in a row for a guy who was pretty late in the OK recycling lane and just made it work as Delaney under by a thou on his 660 dial in. Chad Duke, 538 dial in. Dean's Performance, 68 Camaro, 538, 572 for Jeff Bowman. General installation, Dean's Performance, Pontiac Trans Am. '21 to a 23 advantage. Going to go to Chad Duke at the start line. Win light, though, going to Bowman. 23 dead 8 on the 572 dial in. 21 and a 41 with the 2 on the 38 for Chad Duke. Bug McCarty. Hazelhurst, Georgia. McCarty Auto Parts, Oldsmobile dialed 577. Going to chase Randy Sessom, 604 dial in. The Arnold Smith owned Nova. OK Sales and Recycling side. $10 to a 40. Win light will go to Sessoms. Scott Macy and John Olson. And the win light will be Olson on the double breakout, 7 and 5 thou under the 555. Macy, 22 and 8 thou under his 660 dial in. Otis Adams, 642 dial in for Otis. 72 Nova on the OK Sales Recycling side. Against the the Mustang, Ronnie Roberts Racing Mustang of Blaine Parrish out of Clayton, North Carolina, dialed 576. And top end they go. Win light going to go to Parrish. 19 dead 6. I'll tell you what, they've been fighting that thing all night. That was a picture perfect pass for Blaine Parrish. Adams 28 and 19 thou over. Nova out in 612, 538 for Tyler Ruff. Tyler, 5 on the wrong side. 612 dialing, 15 light, and a 611. For the Carolina No Time production side of the racetrack, Tyler Ruff, 5 red and 4 thou under his 538 dial in. Richard Alford Jr. and Jeff Krasinski. Another double tough battle up there at the starting line. 4 to a 33 advantage. Krasinski. Alford tried to make some of that Richard Alford magic work, but Krasinski, again, multi-time champ at this race, wasn't having it. 004, 55 with a 2 on a 54. Makes Alford's drop at the finish line a moot point. Jeff Verdi, 580 dial in the Big Chief. Jerry Lone owned Pontiac. Up against Dean Miller. Whole Heritage Camping, sponsor 95 Cutlass, dialed 495. As Miller can't make it work, win light will go to Verdi. 10 dead on for a 10-pack, taking 40, not even looking at Miller, who was 11 and just about 400s over, the 89 with 98 with a 9 on the 95. Next. Leon Robertson, Nashville, Tennessee-based Monza, 607 dial in, 656 for Sam Stevens. Leon Robertson won a bracket finals, a stock Cavalier, my man. Those, I've thought about, trust me, I thought about looking for one of them late 80s Cavaliers. Couple of guys you can call for the secret. 1 to a 16 though right now. The secret sauce is for Sam Stevens. Can't make it work. Couldn't run the number. 660 with a 7 on the 56 for Stevens. Got him behind by 11 thou. Leon Robertson, 609 with a 1 on the 607 and a 16 light. Your winner. Robert Braglin and Chris Giles, it's going to be the win light going to Braglin. Giles had the big starting line advantage and took a big chunk at the finish line, and Braglin gets behind, gets the win light. Randy Gibson and Tanner Miller. .006 to a 15 advantage for Gibson. He goes too quick though, 5 thou under, took 19, need to take 14 or less. Miller not making it easy. 15 and a 24 with a 5 on a 24. Drew Smith and Bobby Love. Bobby Ely dialed in 540. 656 for Drew Smith in the Camaro. Bobby Love trying to reel in Smith, but he gave up a lot. The start line didn't have to reel him in. Smith took too much finish line. 55 with a 5 on the 656 for Smith. Bobby Love gave up 300s at the hit. 40 with an 8 on a 40. Did what he needed to do to go to round 3. Now Arnold Smith and Philip Bullock waiting on Leon to clean up the little bit of mess that the Camaro left in the race before. Smith, 627 dialing for Arnold. The natural high. Former super stocker, I believe. Belonging to the legendary Steve Taylor, late Steve Taylor. Philip Bullock in the Nova BEP Racing. Station wagon moving in, set and ready to go. 1 to a 23 advantage. Arnold Smith, win light. Arnold Smith throws a 7-pack at Bullock. Bullock was 23, 81 with the 3 on the 82. 7th thou under to still be 9 thou behind Arnold Smith. 27 with a 6 on the 27 and a little old 1 at the hit. Brian Adkins, Bluefield, West Virginia. Corey Adkins. Dialed in at 625, 595 for Carpenter's Camaro out of Elm City, North Carolina. Well, not great, but 12th down advantage for Carpenter. Sean will be cussing himself out even with the win light. 97 with a 1 on the 95. 5-thou margin of victory after a less than stellar light. I won't tell your secrets. David Young out of Philadelphia, Tennessee, the 62 Deuce. Dialed in 572. Going to be chasing the man going off the bottom here on the OK Sales and Recycling side. That is Seth Phillips. 670 dialing for Seth. He'll be leaving first. Two red for David Young. Seth Phillips will be your winner. 40 and 70 with a 2 on a 70. Getting the win light. .573 with the 7 on the 72. Young bows out after going 2,000 too soon. Russell Penny, 570 dial in for Russell. Here on the OK Sales and Recycling side against Billy Rowland. Holmes Auto Parts 67 Camaro dialed in 567. Almost heads up for these two first-gen hot rods. 7 to a 4. Getting on at the start line. Win light, though, going to go to Penny. 71 with the 7 on the 70 and a 4 light. 18th thou ahead Roland, who 300s over the dial, could not make it work. Skirt Vickers out of Alliance, Ohio. Up next. Matt Costable. Costable out of Port Dover, Canada. Skirt has the starting line advantage. Double breakout win for Skirt. Vickers 658 with a 5 on the 59 and 11 light. The Canadian was 564 with a 6 on the 67 and a 36. Still didn't get there first. Randy Sessoms and Jason Subchinski. Subchinski in the 70 Nova, 629 dial in. 597 for Randy Sessoms. Actually, nope, that would be, oh, maybe it is. That'd actually be Bob Harris in that car. Harris turns it red by 1. Chinsky will be your winner. Well, Michael Hornstein saw earlier a car did a violent wheelie, turned right, and might have tapped the wall. 601 dialing for Hornstein. Was dialed 555 before. Looks like he's going high gear only versus Matt DeJarnette. 002 for Hornstein. 602 with a 2. Adapt and survive. DeJarnette 16 pack, no good. Hornstein, great job. 2,000 margin of victory at the top end. 002 and 12,000 over, getting the win light. Robert Richardson. Clemens, North Carolina, the Mustang dialed in 576 against Garrett Griffith. Turns at 8 red. Richardson will be your winner. .575 with a 9 on a 76 and a 10 light for Richardson. Griffith was 8 red and shut her down. I can say shut her down because Welch is on the property. Wow. Apparently Birdie's not here. Must be Lone running his Birdie's number. I see you working. Joe Foley, 596 dial into a 580 for Richard Rice. If Verdi could have kept quiet and just took credit. $18 to a 21, 3,000 difference between Rice and Foley. It's going to be Foley. 97 with a 0 on the 96. Moving on to round number 3. Mason Fix and Adam Buchanan coming up next. The Boo Berry Malibu dialed in 612 for Buchanan. 737 for you got Blueberry and Butterscotch, 2 of my favorite things. Picks out of New York. Bottle capped hot rod there on the Carolina No Time Production side. We'll be leaving first. $1,000 difference between Buchanan and Fix. It's going to be Butterscotch over Blueberry. $738 with a 4 on the 37 and a 17 light. 4,000 ahead is Mason Fix. 613 with a 7 on a 12 for Buchanan and an 18 light. Brian Cerruti. Niles, Ohio-based, Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters sponsored 67 Camaro. Here on Abruzzi Transmissions and Converters, $10,000 to win warm-up race, round 2. Here at the Racer Tees American DoorSlammer Nationals presented by McCarty Auto Parts. Andy Lloyd going to be chasing him. 14 to an 18. Get to the top end, and it's going to be the win light going to Lloyd on the double breakout. Cerruti 7th thou under, Lloyd 2nd thou under. 18.74 with an 8 on the 75. Cerruti was 14. 6.34 with a 3 on the 35. Next pair up, Gary Daniel, the Firebird out 5.32 out of Roanoke, Virginia. 6.40 dial in for Taylor Cook. $12 to a 13. Another good side-by-side race. That one going to go to Gary Daniel. 13 dead, 3 on the 532, 4th down margin of victory. 12 dead, 8 Taylor Cook. Bows out. Pretty good pass, just not good enough for that one. Vinny Domino, Boomer Ellison. And I think Vinny was headed to the sky. Win will go to Boomer Ellison. That was a harder landing, I think, than he wanted. Chris Mancini, Joe Hoskins, your next pair. Hoskins, the Mustang down in 6.14, 6.17 for Mancini. Mancini trying to reel in Hoskins. Hoskins, 2:10 thou margin of victory over Mancini. At the finish line, Mancini had to break out to be that close. 20 and a 6.14 with a 2 on the 6.14 for Hoskins. Mancini was 29. 7th. Racers, stay with your cars and keep them tight in the lanes, please. Racers, stay with your cars. Keep them tight in the lanes, please. Stay with your cars and keep them tight in the lanes. We are moving fast. And we need you to help us move fast. Don Schofield goes red by 13 thou versus Chad Thurman. Thurman will be your winner. A6 with a 4 on the 87. Trey Dalton dialed in 585 in the Monza. Excuse me, in the Camaro, 68 Camaro, 585 dialed in. 678 for Cameron Cardulis in the Firebird. Cameron out of Newark, Ohio. Not far from National Trail. I mean, like in that neighborhood, kids. Legendary Columbus, Ohio area racetrack. 005 to a 10. Cardulis and Dalton. Good race. Gonna go to Dalton on the double breakout. 584 with a 9 on the 85. 1 thou under. 5 thou under for Wart Cameron Cardulis. 677 with a 5 on a 78. 5 and 5 thou under gets him on the trailer. So folks, just a reminder, we're going to go as far as we can tonight. This race, this Thursday race, will be concluded Sunday. And then we will run our Friday and Saturday races, each to completion with new time trials, new entry time trials only. Clayton Roberts going to be your winner as Chris Hodge turned it red. 6 red for Clayton, dead 1. 7 red, dead 7 for Hodge. So whatever we don't finish in this race tonight will carry over to Sunday. Rob Weltner Jr. and Jarrett Creech. Weltner dialed in 629 to a 547 for Creech. Garrett with the start line advantage over Weltner. Little wiggle down the top end, gets the win light 549 with a 1 on the 47, a 25 light for Creech. 13th thou margin of victory. Weltner was 48 at the hit. That was kind of his undoing. 30 with a 1 on the 29. Bows out on that entry. David Tyler, New Windsor, Maryland, the 72 Nova. 21 cubic inch Chevy motor rolling around in front of him, coming up against the little S10, piloted by Matty Gill out of Grafton, Ohio. One thou difference between Gill and Tyler. They hit to the top end. It's going to be Tyler on the double breakout. 564 with a 4 on the 565 dialing for Tyler to 17 light, 18 light for Gill. 602 with a 0 on the 04. Kevin Pollard. Pollard dialing 546 to 577 for Mike Sexton. $9 thou difference between Sexton and the quarter flash machine, going to be your winner. 13 dead 7 on the 577 dial. Pollard tried to get behind. It was a moot point. 22 light for Pollard. Already mathematically ineligible on that pass. 48 with a 5 on the 46. Mark Orlowski and John Smith, your next pair. Smith Monza out 538, 632 for Orlowski in the wagon. Big time starting line advantage for the man from Georgia. Smith gets down there and does the job. Lowski a little late for the Levittown, Pennsylvania native. 002 and a 542 with a 2 on the 538 for Smith. Orlowski 631 with 8 on a 632 and 24th out behind. Andrew Smokey Ellis. Kowalski Racing 85 S10. Him with the wipeout there, dialed in 592 to 560 for Michael Pascal. Top Ford Falcon out of Greensboro. Pascal siding and windows. 560 for Pascal. 1 thou difference between them, 33 to a 32. It's going to be Pascal, as Ellis might have let himself get behind a bit. 15th out margin of victory for Pascal. 62 with the 2 and a 560. Your winner. Smokey was 595 at 112 and on 592 dial-in. Barry Greer, Mountain City, Tennessee. 79 Omega back up. Out 661, 568 for Denny West. The 1994 Beretta. Ninth down advantage going to West in the Beretta. Win light though gonna go to Barry Greer. Driver of truck number 377X, get to your vehicle immediately please and move it up. Let's go, racers. Stay with your vehicles in the lanes. Greer was 23 and dead 1 on 661 getting the win. West was 14 and 3 thou under his 568 dial-in. Took 13, needed to take 10 or less. Jamie Goodman in the Malibu, down 589, 555 for Michael Jackson. Again, that's driver of vehicle 377X. Need to get to your vehicle immediately, please. Seven to a 29 advantage. Michael Jackson win light. Michael Jackson. 56 with the 9 on the 555. Jamie Goodman 29. 90 with the 5 on an 89. 18th out behind. Ricky Caldwell getting ready to come up next. OK Sales and Recycling signed in the Nova. Troutman, North Carolina, against Bruce Thomas. Hyattsville, Maryland, in the 91 S10, dialed in 524. 31 to a 21. The 31 light gets the win light. Ricky Caldwell will be your winner. 67 to 0 on the 566. As Thomas almost a tenth off the dial in. Could not get there. Donald Brown in the Beretta dialed 522. 592 for Dean Ludwig, and Brown turned it to red. The Ludwig's Horizon will be your winner. 598 on the 92. 116 miles an hour. Con Evans will be your winner as Ronnie Castle hard left at the hit. Jim Solomon in Glenford, Ohio, driving the Mustang. 594 dialing for Solomon. Greg McLarnon, Oakland, New Jersey, the 69 Chevelle, dialed 587. Wrong side for Solomon. Greg McLarnon will be your winner. Solomon's 13 red, dead on with a 1 with a 94 dial in. 20 and 90 with a 0 on the 587 for McLarnon. Scotty Mickles out of Boonville, North Carolina, the 64 Chevy 2, dialed 676, 582 for Jeff Root. Big time starting line advantage for Root. Should be and will be the Monte Carlo getting the win light. Nichols was 77 with a 0 on a 76, but let go late. Root closed it down to 9th thou almost unnecessarily. 15, 86 with an 8 on the 82. Chuck Sanders and J.P. Britt. Sanders with the S10, 617 dialing. J.P. 623. $14 red for Britt. Chuck Sanders will be your winners. 21 dead, 4 on the 617 dial-in. Britt was 14 red, dead, 0 on his 623. Franklin DeBartolomeo, 662 dial-in. OK Sales and Recycling side in the S10. Chris Ferguson dialed 635. Going to be chasing him, the 79 Camaro out of Roanoke. .003 to .005. Ferguson, DeBartolomeo, it's going to be DeBartolomeo. 3 dead, 3. Ferguson, 9-pack, thanks for playing. Chris Ferguson, 005, 35 with the 4 on the 35. Nope. As DeBartolomeo was 3 dead, 3 on the 662 dial in. Sean Dunn out of Reedsville, 608 dial in for Sean. 78 Boo. 6 flat dial in for Chris Dean in the Hunt's End Deer Ranch 68 Camaro. Dean way up in the air at the hit. 6 now ahead at the start. And the wind light coming on his side. 602 with an 8 on a 6 flat and a 17 light for Dean. 23 light, 611 with the 3 on the 608. Dunn bows out on that entry. Jason Simmons out of High Point. 570 dial in for Jason in the Chevy Vega up against Burlington's Travis Harvey. 529 dial in for the Sullivan Eastern Rampage Camaro Roundtree Racing Team. Now on the OK Sales Recycling side. Travis. Thing went up on the wheelie bars pretty hard, and the wind light will go to Jason Simmons. He never even looked. 70 with a 9 on a 70. Car actually, I thought had been leaving pretty flat. So I don't know what happened there, but she wanted to go up and not come back down. And Travis got her pretty good job of reeling her in. Brian Jones, Cookeville, Tennessee. 68 Camaro out 656. Coming against Roger Plyler out of Statesville, down 540. Plyler's car just looked cool on the burnout as it just kind of engulfed itself with smoke at the starting line. Right now he needs to look cool at the finish line though. 15th out behind Brian Jones. And Jones, 35 dead 2, your win as Plyler was 50 and 37th out over. 35 light, 56 with a 2 on a 56 for Brian Jones, moves on. Nicky Thomas, Catch Up Logistics 91 S10. The 651 for Jamal Woolridge. (11 to a 22 advantage. Jamal. Win light. Jamal Woolridge. 11 and 12 thou over his 651 dial, and Nicky Thomas got there first by 6 thou, broke out by 5 thou. She had 1 thou to play with down there and took too much. .002 red light for Dan Fletcher. Going to hand the win over to Chris Smith in the S10. 582 with a 9 on the 80. Fletcher, 48 with a 8 on the 50 dial in. Lonnie Plyler coming up next. 581 dial in for Lonnie out of Statesville. 605 for Rusty Blackford. Rusty Blackford's Charger wanted to try to get over by Lonnie Plyler. Lonnie will be your winner. Jeff Burtis, Jeff Fawcett, your next pair. 27 and a 28. The wagon trying to reel them in. Can't get it done. Jeff Fawcett, 21 with a 6 on a 621. 28 light, your winner, 14th down margin. Burtis was 27 and a 77 with a 1 on a 575. Joey Harrison in the GMC Jimmy. 603 dial in. 585 dial in for David Young. 62 Chevy 2. Harrison gets the win light. It's David Young, 6 on the wrong side. Gritty M, Midland Park, New Jersey, AT Olds, dialed 648, 659 for Don Delaney. Four red for Delaney. Going to end his night, man. 4 red, dead, 0 on the 59. Rudy, 25 and 46 with a 5 and a 48. Moving to round 3. Gary Humphreys, Winona, New Jersey. 64 Chevelle, 6 flat dialing. Going to have Leon Tynes in the Vega. Chasing him down, dial 505. Hines, another 005 light. Tell you, that little hot rod is on a rail. 506 with a 5 and a 505. Humphreys, 1 thou red, 601 with a 0 and a 6 flat. Scott Macy in the Coronet, dialed 659. Taking up a whole bunch of space on the Carolina No Time Production side of the racetrack. Billy Smith, Box Body Mustang, dialed in 620 out of Tennessee. 17 to a 3 advantage, Tennessee. Win light, Tennessee. Macy got there first by 4th thou, had to break out by 7th thou to do it. 3 and 11th thou over his 20 dial-in was Billy Smith, 621 with a 1-1-10. And Macy bows out. Gray Kimball, 587 dial-in for Kimball. Ben Height, the S10 dialed in 663. And Kimball will be your winner. And we'll take a rest of round 2. If you have not yet run round 2, and you should, if you're doubled and haven't run your second one, or if you just haven't run round 2 and you should, even numbered single entries, odd numbered single entries, all doubles, all skate. If you have not yet run round 2 and you should, come on. Rob Liperone from New Hope, Pennsylvania, the 80 vet, 536 dial-in, 602 for Andrew Waddle out of Pickerington, Ohio. Eight to a 16, advantage vet. And now the top end, win light will go to the vet. 4th out under is 536 dial-in. Waddle, 8th out under his dial-in, still behind. Matt Phillips out of Burlington, North Carolina, the Chevy 2. 566 dial-in against Matt Phillips. 566 in the Chevy 2, 669 for Giles in the Dakota. Chris Giles will be your winner. Billy Rowland goes red against Josh Edwards. 51 with a 1 on a 54. Josh Edwards going to be your winner, moving to round 3. And we called all of round 2. All of round 2 has been called. Brandon Lane, 535 dial in. It's the 591 for Darren Roten. And Lane too quick. 11 and 3 thou under. Had 16 thou in his pocket against Rowan. Took 21. He'd take 18 or less. Roten 27. And dead on with a 2 on the 591 dial in. Moving to round 3. Mark Davis and Ken Clark, your next pair. Ken's S10, out 632. 535 for Mark Davis. And Kenny Clark turns it 3 red. Davis will scooch on down 539, 127, moving on to round 3. Tim Jackson, Clinton, North Carolina, 73 Nova for Tim. Against Sanders Wolf Oaks, 74 Comet Dow, 568. The red light for Sanders. Green light going to go to Tim Jackson. 7 to the good. 32 with a 6 on to 32. Chris Hess and Chris Myers. Going to be Chris Myers. Better light for Hess by 15 thou. $51 dead, 5 for Myers. Hess gets behind by 1 thou at the finish line. Gary Goldberg and Chris Scarlatta, your next pair. Scarlatta's Rally Nova dialed in 653, 605 for Gary Goldberg. 10 thou difference between Goldberg and Scarlatta. It's going to be Scarlatta, your winner. Tim Foskey Jr., the 84 Mustang. 6 flat to 626 for Leon Robertson in the pickup truck. $8,000 difference, advantage Foskey. Win light Foskey. Robertson took 24, needed to take 21 or less, 25 with a 7 on the 626. Foskey, 19 light, $8,000 advantage over the Robertson light, 602 with a 9 on the 6 flat. Dan Northrup's Vega down 571, the ISC Racer Tape Machine. Out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, coming against Brandon Hutchins down to 513 in the Chrysler LeBaron. $2,000 margin at the starting line. Finish line comes up. It's going to be Northrop, 21 dead 8. Jessica Beto. $27 to a 21, $6,000 difference advantage Biddle. Win light Biddle, 559 with a 9 on the 3 on the 59. Dalton Wetner, 13,000 behind, 27 and 07 with a 0 on the 06. Well, that was actually Randy Biddle. Now it's Jessica Biddle. Biddle dialed in 630, excuse me, to 615. Biddle turns it red. Ends her night. Bryce Cornish, 611 with an 8 on 615. Jeff Bowman. Jeff Bowman down 572. Trans Am moving out on the OK Sales Recycling side. 659 $9 for the Canadian Coronet. Out of Hamilton, Ontario, that is David Gunn. $8,000 difference between Bowman and Gunn. It's going to be Bowman, your winner. Final call for round two. Final call for round two. Should be in the lanes are headed that way. Final call for round 2. Drew Smith and Tommy Plott. 003 to an 18. Smith all over at the hit. 655 dial in 5-pack. Drew Smith says, I'm going to throw a 5-pack at Tommy Plott. Plott was like, all right, I'll go sit down. David Wassler coming up next, 667 dialing for Wassler out of Thurmont, Maryland. Against Arnold Smith's natural high. Nova dialed in, 627. $22 to a 27. Advantage Wassler ever so slightly, but the win light's going to go to Arnold Smith. Wassler 600s off the dial-in. Tick Green out of Greensboro out 635. 532, the OK Sales Recycling side. Tick turns at 8 red, 13 to the good. 532 dialing goes, 533 of the 0 on the 129 miles an hour. Couple of tough customers here at the starting line. You got Justin Skirt Vickers out of Alliance, Ohio. Vickers Transmissions, Hoosier Tires helping him out. 657 dialing, 596 for Joe Foley in the Duster. Yeah, win light going to go to Joe Foley. 3 dead, 1 4-pack for Foley. Nathan Sexton. 652 dial in for Nathan. 495 for Dean Miller. Ninth thou advantage for Sexton. Top end comes up. Sexton will be your winner. 17 dead, 8. His 25 pack beats the 26 light of Miller. 95 with a 9 on a 95 for Dean Miller. Bowing out. James Hauser coming up next in the Vega. 631 dial in for Hauser. Going to be getting chased by Timothy Fletcher's Nova dialed in 611. 2,000 difference between Hauser and Fletcher. Finish line comes up, and Fletcher will be your winner. 6:13, 108 miles an hour, getting around Hauser by 11th thou at the top end. 6:13 with a 1 on 6:11, 25 light, 27 for Hauser. 6:34 with a 0 on the 6:31. Chad Duke, 540 dialing for Chad, the Duke's Tire Pros, 68 Camaro. 631 dialing for Travis Walters. And should be Travis as Duke a little wobble at the start line. Kevin Parks and Derek Willard, your next pair. 601 dialing for Parks. Has a $400 gift certificate to Brizzy Transmissions and Converters up here waiting for him. 11th out ahead of Derek Willard on this hit. Finish line goes down, and it's going to be Kevin Parks, your winner by 1,000 over Derek Willard. Got down there, ran next to him, and made it work. David Young and Brian Cerruti, final call for round 2, racers. Final call for round 2. Cerruti dialed in. 635, 573 for David Young. 4 red for Cerruti. David Young will be your winner. And at this time, we'll take round 3 doubles. Round 3 doubles. We need you at this time to lanes 1 and 2. Round 3 doubles to 1 and 2, please. Next up, Billy Buchanan and Wayne Vernon. Buchanan's Camaro, dialed in 642. Will be leaving first versus Wayne Vernon in the 80 Sunbird on the Carolina No Time Production side. 2,000 too soon for Billy Buchanan. Wayne Vernon will be your winner. Once again, round 3 doubles. Need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Round 3 doubles. Let's go. Austin Durham, 578 dial in. Couple of radical little hot rods here. Durham dialed in on the OK Sales Recycling side. 581 dial in for Philip Bullock. Absolute final call for round 2 because we've already called round 3 doubles to 1 and 2. Round 3 doubles to 1 and 2. Let's go. 001 to a 27 advantage Bullock. Win light going to go to Bullock. 7th down margin of victory at the top end. Ron Phipps and Lane Donnelly. Donnelly out of New Waterford, Ohio, the Nationwide Auto Works 75 Monza LS motivated. Mike Donnell, Hot Rod. Ron Phipps out of Salisbury, North Carolina, 68 Camaro doing the chasing. Advantage Donnelly. Win light going to go to Phipps as Donnelly. Got a little too close to the center line. Jeff Krasinski and Marty Wright. Krasinski 554 dial in Shamokin, Pennsylvania, the home base. In the 67 Camaro, the 87 Marty Carlo of Marty Wright dialed in 538, going to be doing the chasing. As they head to the top end, it's going to be the win light going to Marty. 15th down margin of victory, 21-39 with a 9 on the 38. Jeff Krasinski, 17 light, 54 dialing, goes 57 with an 8 and gets behind. J.R. Sams out of Chesterfield, Virginia, 80 Trans Am. 626 dialing, going to be leaving first. OK Sales and Recycling side. Vince Schroeder, 610 dialing for Vince. The blue S10 getting ready to move out Carolina, no time production side. And win light will go to Schroeder. 10 light, 612 with a 3, 109 miles an hour with a 610. Junior, 25 light, 27 with a 1 on a 26. 3 thou behind at the finish line. Bowtie Bird coming up next. 543 dial in, 538 for Tyler Ruff. Another couple of super quick door cars up there. Again, we need round 3 doubles to the lanes. Round 3 doubles, let's go. Round 3 doubles, need you the lanes, please. Round 3 doubles, we need you there, need you now. Round 3 doubles, do need you the staging lanes, please. $17 red for the Bowtie Bird. Win light will go to the S10. 3 light, dead on with a 9 on the 538 dialing for Tyler Ruff. Andy Lloyd, Oswald, Virginia, 549 dialing for Andy. Again, some quick cars here this weekend. Up against Daryl Collins, DC Painting, Hot Rod dialed in 529, McClinsville, North Carolina. 10,000 difference between Lloyd and Collins. It's going to be Collins. 5:30 with a 7 on the 29. 15 light. Collins, your winner. 25 light for Lloyd. 5:52, 123 on the 5:49. We need round 3 doubles and round 3 odd numbered singles. Round 3 doubles, round 3 odd numbered singles. Let's go, racers. Round 3 doubles, round 3 odd numbered singles. Need you to the lanes, please. Richard Rice and Bill Wilson. Wilson dialed 612, the Common Transmission Camaro. Here on the OK Sales Recycling side. Rice is dialed in 581, the Fallsington, Pennsylvania S10. Win light will go to Rice, says Wilson. Looks like you got a, I could see sparks, I'm guessing drive shaft.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
season till the end of the world. Every moment, all the memories unfurl. I was chasing the shadows, they were slipping right out of my hands, but I lingered. Now I know where I stand. Call it amazing, close until the end of time. Even if the sky was falling down. Even if my heart breaks, I just wanna lay your body down. Hold you close until the end of time. Even if the sky was falling down. Even if my heart breaks, my heart breaks.
Hey, folks, just a real quick notice. We were looking pretty good for finishing the third round prior to our little bit of breakage we just had. And props to the crew. We're about done with that, but we are not going to start a round that we can't finish, and there's no way we'll be able to finish third round. If you're in the lanes for round 3, head on back to the lanes. If you're still there for round 2, we're going to finish you up here in just a few short minutes. But if you're in the lanes for round number 3, we need you to head back to the lanes, please. We are finishing round 2. If you're in the lanes for round 2, do not go anywhere. You're actually getting ready to come out here shortly. If you're in the lanes for round 3, you can start heading back to your pits for the night. Don Keuchel and Russell Penny. Russell making sure. There we go with Penny and Keuchel. Win Light. Keuchel goes too quick. Win Light will go to Russell Penny. Frank Bird, 649 dial in. That's a 657 for Sam Stevens. Trips to 55. Stevens out in front. How about a one pack for Sam Stevens? Second one today. Unfortunately, he was the second one to do it. Joe Child still in the lead for that Bruzy Transmissions and Converter. Trip Zip, dead one. Frank Bird, not in the same neighborhood. Daniel Comer. Albemarle, North Carolina, the Maverick dialed 601. Sal Biondo dialed 609 out of New York. Starting line advantage for Biondo. It's going to be Biondo. 612, 109 miles an hour. Comer. 605, 115, bows out on the 601 dial. Jerry Lone out of the Rockville, Virginia base, Big Chief. Now 579, 651 for Caleb Ellison. And the win light will go to Caleb Ellison. Those of you watching on Motor Mania TV, brought to you by Summit Race Equipment. Yep. On top of the fun stuff we've been dealing with all day today, on what has been actually beautiful weather day all day. A little wind shift, a little front running through. Dropping some sprinkles on us currently. We are holding out hope that this clears out and we get dried out and finish up this round, because we don't have a lot left. But we will make every effort to do so. So hang tight with us.
can lie about it, but it's not gonna change a thing. Maybe you'll try to hide it. Pull down the curtain where the light comes in. Baby, we walked this road so many times before, but you always stop at my door. Yeah, maybe we'll fight about it, but I won't be down about it. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this show. I know my part, right down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now, 'cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending, but where it begins, I can forget about you. Live out my days like it's still the same. There's still a part inside you, closing me out like I'm to blame. Yeah, we can fight about it, but I won't be down about it. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this show. I know my part, right down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now, 'cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending, but where it begins. All I know is how it goes when a heart like yours meets a heart like mine. We could turn all the words to raps, but a love like ours will break with time. It will break with time. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this show. I know my part, right down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now, 'cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending, but where it begins. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this shows. I know my part, right down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now, 'cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending, but where it begins. You whispering softly in my ear. I knew you'd never disappear. When I open my eyes to see that you're not there, the bottle bursts and I know that it's all a lie. I went through fire and flames.
Well, folks, we are going to be getting our pairs that we have set up. Folks, we are going to finish this round during the race tomorrow. Again, we are going to finish this round during the race tomorrow. We will find a spot probably right around the re-entry round of tomorrow's race. But just tell you, fighting the breakage today on what should have been a perfect, beautiful day, the breakage, and then a little bit of Mother Nature interfering this evening did not help at all. So we are going to have to finish this round of this race. And again, the plan is the rest of this race will go to Sunday. Once we finish that round tomorrow, if we Finishing this round of this race will put us at 133, I believe. So the likelihood that we would skip fix another round in somewhere during the week, Friday or Saturday, probably not likely. But again, keep your ears to the PA as far as that goes. But again, this race will conclude on Sunday. And again, as everything, unfortunately, is subject to change. Go ahead, folks. Put them in the box for the night. And we will be in tomorrow morning. I'll be on the PA at 8 a.m. for day number 2, $20,000 to win here at the Racer Tees American DoorSlammer Nationals presented by McCarty Auto Parts. $20,000 to win tomorrow. But again, at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to call it a night. Crew's going to get everything put away, and we will be back at you again early tomorrow morning. Should be on Motor Mania TV relatively early, as we are going to go with new entry time trials only. We'll keep you updated. Mark and Joanne will keep you updated as far as that goes on Motor Mania TV, presented by Summit Racing Equipment on the YouTube channel. But for that, ladies and gentlemen, this is Ron Huntley, and I say have a good night, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
You got 3 hours of sleep, used a tire as your dinner table, and shredded your knuckles on a stubborn bolt. All for a weekend of glory. You supply the skill and sweat, count on us for the rest. Summit Racing Equipment, tools and parts to make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, summitracing.com.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great." ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Okie dokie. Well, that's a wrap for tonight, I guess. Who knew that was coming? You know, we're just like, you know, ready to go and finish it out. And Misty, APM is like, you won't believe it. I have precipitation. I was like, oh my gosh, no. Anyway, so we're going to finish out that round in the morning. They're supposed to start with new entry time runs in the morning, and the new entry time runs are supposed to begin at 9. Typically, what we do with new entry time runs is we start at 9. That way, we can get any glitches out before the eliminations begin. But now they're saying we're just gonna have to play it by ear, be a little bit flexible, because we may have some weather conditions in the morning that may delay that. So but our goal right now is to go live at 9, and if we have to bump it out, we will. Just check in on the YouTube channel, and we'll keep you as informed as we possibly can. Say your goodbyes to each other. Thank you to Summit Racing Equipment, who brings us in for this event. They brought us in, and they're keeping this production of the American DoorSlammer Nationals free to you, the viewer. So make sure that you thank them. Check out their website. They typically have some Black Friday things coming up. I don't think that they're there yet. I didn't see that yet, but they do have sales and offers and discounts. So and they got I was telling y'all earlier that they have the outdoor Christmas decorations that are lit up with the tinsel and everything, and they're things like Yukon Cornelius and Rudolph and Clarissa. Is it Clarice? It's been a day. Besides, my granddaughter's Clarissa. So anyway, but say your goodbyes to each other, and we will see you somewhere 9 a.m., maybe 10 a.m. I'm not sure. But we'll see you in the morning. Okay? Love ya. See ya. Bye.